I don't know. I guess we're just gonna hit start. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably good to just start anyway. Hello, sorry I'm late, like kind of late. If you believe it, I did not get very good sleep. I think my sister's cats got me up 6 times last night, so I'm blaming them. I'm blaming the cute kitties for getting me up 6 times last night. That is who I'm blaming today. Okay. One sec, I'm just... Okay. Alright. That looks like it's all good. That's fine. That's fine. I should have changed that, but oh well. Give it a minute. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me go ahead and close this. Oh, let me close Discord. Yep. Okay. Hi. Hello. Yeah, like I said, I did not get very good sleep. So that is what I am Yes, hello. Good morning, Jeppo. Oh boy. Alright. How are you doing? How's your weekend going? Dude, I spent like, okay, so I waited way too long to start working on preparations for today. I spent the entire second half of yesterday just working on preparations for today. Like, I think we were at 150 hours, right, at the end of last stream. I'm at almost 157 hours. I spent like almost 7 hours yesterday just doing SMT4 prep. And I knew it was gonna be long too, cause right, but like I just like didn't work on it at all throughout the week. And so I had to do it all in one day. I guess I didn't have to. Like, I could have done some of it on stream. If we get through like both the DLC bosses today, and we still have plenty of time, which we probably will, because the fights themselves aren't too long. If you actually win, most I think they'll take each is probably about half an hour. We might either try and track down one of the fiends. It would be cool to track down and fight Matador a minute. Otherwise, we could make some preparations for the last DLC boss tomorrow for Shadow Masakato. Yeah, it's cool that stuff like that is more accessible. It'll also be cool if it gets like a proper English translation, which if Episode I gets got one, that'll probably get one as well, right? Yeah, I gotta start working my way backwards through the games, so. Yeah, I should maybe make a list of like all the SMT games and like figure out how I'm gonna tackle them. I guess I could just wait until like they all get re-released on Steam at this rate, right? With the write-out thing and everything, but I don't think all of them are, so. Or it might be a minute. Unofficial. Yeah, it'll get an unofficial translation. But at least like I'll be able to play it like in a way where I don't have to like, you know, keep looking at like a translation cheat sheet or reread the entire script. So that'll be nice. Okay. But yeah, no, I spent a lot of time getting ready for yesterday. Apologies again for being late. Yeah. No, I gotta do better. Blaming the cats is one thing, but I should just, you know, do a bit better at that. Alright. I guess I did get bad sleep, but I should have still gotten up at my alarm instead of just like falling back into bed. Anyway, all right, let me go ahead and get the game booted up. Oh, I gotta like look at them all, because I'm also thinking about like When I think classic, I'm also thinking PS2 era. So, you know, the Ride Out games and stuff. Because, like, if I've already played Ride Out 1, maybe I should play Ride Out 2 at some point here. Or maybe I should go back and, like, play both the PS2 Ride Out games for posterity. So I have a better understanding of both, you know? And there's also the ones on the DS, like Strange Journey and stuff. And, the, other stuff, right? So... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, maybe even once I've played the remaster, maybe in like a year or so here, I'll go back and play both of the PS2 versions or something. Yeah. Although I didn't play the PS2 version of Cockturn, so it might be worth playing that at some point. But yeah, maybe like once I've done the other games that I haven't played. Alright, so let me go ahead and pop over here. Let's pop over here. We'll give it a sec to load up the game. There we go. All right. All right. So I know I'm looking a little goofy. Listen, best armor look kind of goofy sometimes. We're wearing the golden armor because it's good armor. And then we're wearing the upper body because the sky suit, stealth suit, covers both fire and ice. And if I remember correctly, those are the two elements that that first boss is going to use. So, yeah, I understand. We've talked about this before. New endings, new dungeon, new character. Streamlined some things, but also made things a bit too easy. But yeah, so I'm also got the bazooka. I went and got the best bazooka and the electric bullets because those will be useful for that first boss. Also, Matador if we get that far today. Not just that, it also changed the story structure. Okay. Yeah, it does have voice acting from what I remember, but which is kind of nice. Kind of like how Devil Survivor did. Speaking of, I do want to go back and play like different playthroughs of Devil Survivor. I feel like there's a lot in that game I didn't see. Stuff that's only available on like New Game Plus. I didn't get Jack Frost as a you know, character. There's like different endings, you know. There's the point system for like New Game Plus playthroughs that I want to tap into, and like super bosses and stuff. Like, there's a lot there that I would like to do, but I feel like maybe I should do one more playthrough off stream, because, you know, the old save got deleted, unfortunately, so, I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I should sit down at some point and, like, make a list of all of them. Probably once I'm done with SMT4 and SMT4A this year, and then I can, like, look and see, like, which ones I want to play and, like, in what order. Because there's, like, a whole list, right? Like, yeah, there's also the Devil Children games and everything. Although I think only one of them are in English, so... Well, one set, because, you know, they did the Pokemon thing, so... Alright, but anyway, back to SMT4. Yeah, so, that's what I'm wearing right now. In terms of demons, I made Pixie, because of course, right? She is going to be a, good supporter for this upcoming fight. Salvation, Archangel's Law, Energy Drain, Doping... Healing Knowledge, Drain Fire, Drain Ice, Enduring Soul. Her stats are amazing because we have the bonus that gives extra stats when leveling up. And she starts at level 9, and it took me forever, but I did get her to level 85. Unfortunately, you may notice her health is a lot lower than something like, say, Vishnu, even though their levels aren't far apart. It seems like without bonuses from, like, skills, the stats go up pretty high, but like the health and MP don't really scale up as well, so something to keep in mind. Maybe if I do this again, or if I refuse her or something, I'd put like Mana Surge or Health Surge on her. I think she does have Mana Surge, right? No, she doesn't. Okay, but like putting Health Surge on her would be good. Also, she is kind of like more magic base anyway. You can tell because her MP is higher than her HP. So maybe that's just also kind of how Pixie is. But her stats are really, really high. In fact, overall, they're higher than even like the MCs at this point. Like she has the highest stat total just because like I raised her from like level 9 to 85, right? But at the same time, she didn't have as good of resistances, so I had to throw on Drain Fire and Drain Ice onto her. So, you know, I thought it'd be cool to use Pixie, and I wanted to try using some lower level demons to see like how they would scale if you leveled them all the way up. Same kind of thing here with a Naboros. He's at level 30 something, and his stats are pretty high now because he's at level 85. 85 is the level that the boss is at, by the way. That's why I leveled him up to that point. He does have Life Surge and Mana Surge. He's just kind of tanky because he just needs to be there to like null gun or null physical attacks for the second boss. So, and then for this first boss, we also have Vishnu. Vishnu is really good. He's going to be coming along for most of our fights, I think. Oh, that should have been Drain Fire, not Drain Force. Did I accidentally let him change that to Drain Force? I might have, because I keep mutating skills and stuff. I might have accidentally done that. But anyway, he should be good for the first and second fights for the most part, I think. Oh wait, yeah, no, his skills mutated a couple times. Dang it. Maybe I should just kick him out and... Or did I have to remake him? Hold on. Let me check something. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. I made a mistake. Okay, hold on. It's fine. It's something I can fix really easily, I think, because I think I have enough money. So if I just kick out this Vishnu. Sorry, wrong Vishnu. And then we go to Mido. Fusion. Special Fusion. And then we go all the way down. I guess... Oh, this dude looks cool. Shiva. Fuse him again. So we want him to have this. And then... Oh, that's why. Okay, I see. Right? Yeah, because Drain Ice. And then Repel Gun. Mana Surge. Enduring Soul. Go and put Energy Drain on him as well. Draconic Reaction, and we'll do Salvation. Salvation should be good. Yeah. That's the one I wanted. For some reason I didn't register him as this. I had to fuse him away for something. But this is the one I wanted. It's fine if he's only level 190. Only level 90. That doesn't change much if he's 90 or 91, so. Okay. So then here he is. So yeah, okay. So yeah, this guy is gonna be really useful for both the fights. This version of him here. So, and then last one we have for this first fight is Gabriel. Drains fire, repels ice. So, as you may have guessed, this first person uses ice and fire, and is weak to electric, I believe. However, if we use the if we take advantage of their weakness, they will begin to start healing themselves. So we need to brand them first if we want to be able to target their weakness. And we should probably do it once they're pretty low health, because if we target their weakness and then the brand wears off, they'll just heal themselves back to full Dia Rahan. So, all right, let me go get a full heal. We're mostly fully healed, but like, you know, might as well. Or I could just walk around a few more steps. The MC will get that eventually. But yeah, so the plan today is we have two bosses to fight. The first one is called the Ancient of Days and is like a big angel dude. The second one is called Sanat and is a big devil dude. The Ancient of Days uses magic attacks. Here, let me look at my notes. Let's see. Uses Miragidyne and Mabufudyne and uses almighty attacks that inflict either poison or brand. Different ones inflict either poison or brand. Also has Silent Prayer, is weak to electric and ice, but will use Dia Raw Hand if it's targeted. And then the second one is a physical and gun dude called Sanat, who is nulls pretty much everything besides his one weakness of gun. But if you target his gun weakness, he will begin to spam Gaia Rage, which he will also start using once he gets to a certain health level and he asks his question, you know, with the dialogue thing. He'll also start spamming Gaia's Rage at that point. Gaia's Rage in this game has a 30% loss chance, so that means that there's a 30% chance that any demon that's hit with it on Flynn's side is just going to get yeeted off into the abyss. So, and I have some different demons for that. I think actually the only one I didn't show you that we're going to be using for that is Rongda. We could also swap in Lilith, by the way, for that first one, since, you know, she's got electric and that first one is weak to electric. And she resists ice and fire, so. But anyway, Rongda is also here, right? Where'd I put my Rongda? What? Where'd Rongda go? I had a Rongda here. Chaos ending or law ending? We actually got the neutral ending. We're just cleaning up, I got lucky and I lucked into the neutral ending. We're just cleaning up DLC bosses and attempting the fiends a little bit today and tomorrow. Alright, hopefully I registered it at least. Might have to level up again, but... Oh, did I fuse it away? Ah, shoot, I fused it away for that good... Oh, that's right, because I fused it away for the Shiva. Okay, so Runged is level 68. I think I registered that version that I wanted, though. Okay. Might have to level it up a couple more times, then, before we go into... Sanat, but oh well.
Gather demons and come again.
But yeah, there's this is the wrong guy I wanted to use against Sanat. Salvation, Doping, Archangel's Law, Antigeon, Mana Surge, Mana Gain, Life Surge, and Enduring Soul. I am close to the ends of Rabbids Go Home. I remember playing that. That was kind of fun. I remember playing that as like a little party game kind of thing. But yeah, no, I ended up lucking into the neutral ending, which means we can do all the, well, most of the fiends if we wanted to. The only one we can't do is the one that's from New Game Plus, so.
Burrows.
All right. Let's just go ahead and use a life stone or something, and then we'll... Oh, we're all full. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I started playing that, like, a little while ago when I got, like, a Wii U or something. I didn't finish it. I really do want to play some of those games some more. And I haven't like fully played Sunshine either. All right, let's go ahead and save, and then we're gonna attempt the first boss here. Okay. Yeah. So let's see. So quest, challenge. Ancient One of the Sun. In a world consumed by wasteland and death, a small hope for freedom has begun to blossom, but a greater force seeking tyrannical order is reaching out to trample it. We shall send you to the future of this land, and show you a world where sorrows can never be healed. It's not a party game, it's a platformer. Oh, maybe I was thinking of something else then. I thought there was a Rabbids Go Home game where they, like, you did a bunch of mini games and it gave you a bunch of trash and you just piled up the trash until you got to the moon. Maybe I'm thinking of, oh, are you talking about one of the Rayman games? Like one of the Rayman platforming games? There's nothing here but an all-enveloping whiteness. Oh, it's the pales. Or the whites, I guess. That's some interesting voice acting. As long as you exist, we shall return. An alternate Tokyo grasp towards what they perceive to be hope. Yet that hope will soon fade away. We brought you here through the means of transferring dimensions to show you the despair the future holds. Now go. We shall show you the despair of the human race as many times as it takes. Okay, interesting. So they're gonna keep testing Flynn over and over again until one of his reincarnations chooses to just end it all, I guess. Really getting a lot of use out of that opening your eyes animation, huh? Flynn was sent through a rift between dimensions, arriving in a desert stretching into all horizons. You're the Messiah from before. Akira appeared, accompanied by some armed men. Oh, I thought it was the Ross's guy. What are you doing here? I thought you said you were going back to your world after you defeated Pluto. Look, never mind that right now. We can't stay here too long. Let's talk once we found somewhere safe. Nobody got left behind, right? Yes, sir. All survivors have been evacuated. Good. Right, let's go back to the castle then. You should come with us too. Gotta get out of here as soon as we can. Flynn followed Akira. Akira? Akira. Right, Akira. I think is how they pronounce it. Flynn followed Akira to a sturdy-looking building. There are many injured people huddled inside. I want you all to begin caring for the wounded immediately. Yes, sir. This is Pluto Castle. It used to be the Overlord's headquarters. Ironically enough, it's the safest place in Tokyo at the moment. Akira attends to the wounded while he talks to Flynn. It's the Messiah! Akira has brought him back to us! Messiah, please save us again. There's something I want to talk with you about. Can you come with me to the back? Akira leads Flynn to a room in the rear. Thanks to your victory over Pluto, we've been released from the curse that God has placed upon us. We wish to create a new nation from our own efforts and resolve to venture up to the world above. And then, a being appeared from high in the sky. It calls itself Ancient of Days, saying it's a part of God. Ancient of Days burns with a light so bright that all our cities have burned to the ground. The survivors are hiding away here, behind this castle's impenetrable walls. Messiah, you came! Messiah, it's me, Koryoharu. I prayed to God that he would send you back to us, and now you are here. See? God hasn't truly forsaken us, not yet. Of course, Kiyoharu. Kiyoharu leaves, dancing a strange dance. I hate to admit it, but we're completely powerless right now. We don't even have a god to pray to. This isn't about being worried. This isn't the time to be worried about creating nations. We're at the verge of extinction. I know it makes me sound pathetic, but for everyone's sake, Messiah, I need your help again. Ancient of Days must be... Emergency! The Ancient of Days is approaching from the east! I repeat, the Ancient of Days is approaching from the east! He's here. Akira, we suffered casualties from that attack. What are we going to do? If we lose this place, we're... Messiah, I will go help the injured and protect the people as we get to shelter. Please, defeat the Ancient of Days. Akira runs off. What will you do? Well, of course, fight the Ancient of Days. It's funny that you can choose to return to your world. Flynn hurries towards the exit. Yeah, he certainly, like, lost his mind at this point. There's no one here. Yet an ominous presence can be felt. Some kind of presence can be felt directly ahead.
Activating scan mode. It's no good. I'm getting an error.
No, that's intentional. You're not supposed to be able to see it yet. It's no use, Master Flynn. I can't analyze this. All I get is an error. It's possible this entity isn't even composed of materials from this world. Be careful. Something within Flynn begins to pulse. Can you see me then, you lesser creature? My name is the Ancient of Days. I am a part of the Lord, as well as his messenger. I am the one who casts many beasts into the burning fire. My mission is to purge the world of its humans and guide a new humanity into their place. In order to carry out this task, I must eliminate all that remains of the previous humanity. This is the Lord's will. Accept your destruction. Old mankind whom Pluto could not defeat, thou art wickedness which violates the dispensation of the universe. The dispensation of the universe is collective. There must exist nothing that standeth in violation. I shall commence purifying the land. All right. Let's go ahead and Luster Candy twice. Man, I've spent so long trying to prepping to get here. It's like kind of surreal to actually be doing this now. Yeah, there it is, brand. My goodness, we've already all died like twice. Well, some of us have already died at least once. Okay, and then... I guess let's go ahead and charge. Yeah, I know. I have salvation on Pixie. We're fine. But it doesn't get rid of brand. It will get rid of the poison though. Ah, shoot. He blocks that. Okay. I didn't realize he would block that. Okay. Well, let's swap in Lilith then. Maybe the physical attack that inflicts brand is the only way to do that? Okay. This is gonna get a lot worse if I can't brand him. I might have to grab one of the other archangels a minute. Oh well. For now. Dang, okay. Well, that's gonna be death number 1 then, probably. I think, okay. I think I know why. Okay. I think because we had everybody, like, resisting his normal attacks. He's not using them. He's just spamming his almighty attacks. Okay. Oh no, there he goes, using Miragi Dine. I'm having a hard time killing the MC. At least there's that. It's God! Someone came dancing up to Flynn from behind. It's really him! God has come to take us with him! My prayers have finally been answered! Kirihara is speaking with Ancient of Days. However, Flynn cannot comprehend their conversation. Yes, that's right. I've been praying all this time. You won't leave us here, right? You're taking us with you, right? You're going to destroy mankind? Why? My lord, are you not here for us? I see. We're no longer necessary. I prayed to you all this time in ignorance. My lord, I have lost everything. These past 25 years, I saw my family fall, my friends encountered demon force. Everything. All I had left were my prayers. Kirihara looked up in the sky. So Kenshi was right, and I was wrong. Kirihara! Akira came running up. Get a hold of yourself, Kirihara. We're no longer necessary. Come on, let's go home. Kirihara left with Akira. Oh my gosh, she missed. What if I just use a bead on myself? Can I actually win this with just Flynn? That'd be nuts if I could. For some reason, Flynn doesn't seem to be able to be branded. No, there's like an actual conversation at some point here with him. Once he gets to a certain health level. That wasn't it. I mean, we're probably not going to be able to win this. I'm just messing around, seeing how long we can go, to be honest. Yeah, there it is. All right. All right. So I think, all right. Here's what we need to do. Which one of the archangels has the brand thing? Yeah, which one of them has the brand? I think it's Raphael, but I think I might have to remake Raphael a minute. Because we need to be able to brand that guy so we can take advantage of his weakness. So hyped for Star Wars news tonight? I don't know, man. We'll see. I don't know. At this point, Star Wars news is a pretty mixed bag, you know? It'll be cool if something cool happens, but you know. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, what was I thinking? Right, brand. Okay, so who has the brand attack? Ancient of... Well, yes, Ancient of Days does. I'm looking at... Okay, so Gabriel's not going to work. We need... Oh, wait. Null Nerve prevents brand? Since when? Oh. Alright, then. I didn't know that Null Nerve prevented brand. Oh. Interesting. Okay, well, if I'd known that, I would have made things differently, but I'm not going to, like... XCOM Star Wars Edition, yeah. I know there were mods to, like, put in, like, stormtroopers and stuff into XCOM too, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. And I wish I had known that. I didn't realize that that was a thing. Otherwise, I would have put a Null Nerve on some people. Okay. I don't want to remake things all over again. It took so long yesterday. Like I said, I spent like 6+ hours on this yesterday, so I don't want to redo like some of these builds if I don't have to. Darth Maul show hype? I don't know. Do we need a Darth Maul show? I found like his return in the Clone Wars fine enough. Like it was already a bit of a stretch, but he was a cool character in there. But like, do we really have to have another like Darth Maul thing? I don't know. All right, let me go ahead and kick out this Raphael and just make a new one.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Okay, so let me see here. So if I just fuse
Now,
Raphael, what's all on it that I can like make? Like what are we looking at here? So Raphael's here. What is he made out of? Uriel and Yggdrasil? Okay. Yggdrasil. Alright. What's on Yggdrasil? Repel ice, only surge, resist fire. Hellish Mask at least. We could throw Hellish Mask on him, I guess. Alright, let's just go ahead and try this. I'll have to summon back out this well, I gotta make a new Uriel at some point anyway today. Since once we get Sanat, we can get Fizz Pierce off of him. So we'll have to remake this Uriel at some point anyway, so it's not a big deal, I guess. We don't really need Tornado of God, do we? I'm trying to think. Neither of them are weak to wind, so no, we don't need that. We don't need High Fizz Pleroma. Well, we could actually use High Fizz Pleroma on him. Let's give him like Life Surge, Hellish Mask, Energy Drain. Let's give him Resist Fire to just cover weakness. And then we'll also give him... Mana Surge. I don't know. How would you feel about having a new Darth Maul show, Darth? I assume you would probably be interested in it at least. I don't know. I guess if it's good, cool. It's good, but like, let's be real. Like, how many things have been good that have come out recently from Star Wars, right? The odds, if you're just betting on the odds of how many good things that have come out from Star Wars recently, and it being good as well, the odds are kind of low, not gonna lie, of it actually being good. So, you know. Okay, let me go ahead and level up Raphael a couple of times here, so he can get his skills and get to like level 85 a minute, and then we'll head it back into that fight. Let's just pop over to this a minute. I'm doing pretty good today, Majima. How are you? Just attempting some boss fights here. Trying to figure out what I need to do to beat God, pretty much. That's good. Yeah, you were saying that you weren't feeling so well over the week.
Burrows.
Might as well do this while we're here as well. Bubble up some other things. I have that wrong though, right? Yeah. But we just have to get Raphael to level 85 and then we'll try that fight again. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, do I hear a cat? No, I don't hear a cat. Nope, don't hear a cat. What do I want to take off? We can take off Bloody Glee. We don't need that. And then actually, I don't think we need the other skill on him, so we'll just probably leave. But I want to get up and like... I don't want to get up and like let in... Oh! Life Surge to Null Nerve. That'd be good, but like we're not using you on... that boss, so... I don't want to get up and let her out. Oh, okay. And then that and that. Sure. Ba-da-ba-bam. Ba-da-ba-bam. Endure. No, I think you're fine. You don't need Endure, you already have Enduring Soul. Stop yelling at me. Okay. Yeah, honestly, like, fusing stuff and skills around kind of sucks in this game, not gonna lie. It took forever. Like, there's no way of, like, there's no skill cards or anything, so making, like, good builds is, like, harder and, like, takes longer. Like, I feel like it took even longer than SMT 3. Just because every single time you, like... Nice. Good luck with the final mission, then. Every time you finish, like, leveling up a demon, they, like, yell at you about either mutating a skill or giving you an item or something. I don't really need the drain on it, but it is a better version of energy drain, so might as well just swap those two out. Yeah, if this doesn't work, we'll try this a couple of times. If this doesn't work, we'll have to figure out something. I guess I would have to, like, put Null Nerve on some things or test and double check that Null Nerve is actually going to work. Because it doesn't say in the game that it blocks Brand, but it does say it on the wiki. So I don't know if the wiki's lying to me or if the game is lying to me, or just like omitting that information. Because like Brand is a thing that's only in the DLC stuff, so it could be that like they didn't update the description when you like download the DLC, but like it could be that Null Nerve does actually work on it. So I guess we'll find out here. Well, we won't find out, but like I can find out. If I do that, what would I be refusing? I think I would be refusing. It would be good to refuse Pixie, but like it would take so long to level it back up is the thing. So I'll have to pick and choose. I think my best bet would probably be to like get Null Nerve on like Raphael here, because it wouldn't take too long. And then the other thing too is maybe we make a tanky dude to just eat hits, so that way it uses its light, uses its fire and ice. Because it seems like if you have better resist or better on all of its on all of your demons for certain elements, they won't use those elements, which makes sense. I think a lot of the fiends also do the same thing, and same with like some of the other demons. Like for example, if you have all null gun or better on your demons for Sanat, he won't use his gun attacks, which is just smart on the AI's part. So I may have to like mess around with team composition a bit more. All right, let's go and attempt that boss fight again. Let me go and save, and then we'll just hop into the fight again real quick. Let me just double check. So Raphael, why are you here? You're not going to be useful for this fight actually, so maybe like Amaterasu? Oh, well, no, Amaterasu has null nerve. Would she be better for this than Pixie? Maybe, actually. Let's try that out. Let's swap out Amaterasu for Pixie. Kind of sucks because I did spend all that time leveling up Pixie, but if it works, right? And then we'll go ahead and throw in Lilith. Yeah, that's fine. We'll try this out. We'll try out this team comp. Let me, I guess, save again, and then we'll try this a few times. If this doesn't work, we can always, you know, use some other things around. All right. So, Ancient One of the Sun. Everything I think of Amaterasu, I think of that one show. Which show? I think we can skip right to the boss fight now that we've gone through all that dialogue at least once. Yeah, there we go. We can just start from the battle. Old man. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and luster candy. Let's Stigmata Strike, see if we can get that brand. There we go. Let's go ahead and Thunder Rain. We'll go ahead and Debilitate. And Luster Candy again. Yeah, see, it's trying to Rahan itself, but it can't because it's branded. Okay. Go ahead and charge with the MC. Amaterasu will go ahead and do that. Stigmata Strike again. Keep it branded. Concentrate. Oh shoot, it died to poison. Okay. That's unfortunate. Gotcha. Yeah, it's a type of divinity. Japanese divinity, so I guess that makes sense. Nice. Amaterasu revived with Enduring Soul. Let me go ahead and use a... Well, if we're gonna ever use these items, now would be a good time to do so. A Summon Stone on Raphael. Bring him back a minute. Might reload the save, I guess, so we don't use up all of our Summon Stones if we lose here. Nice. Congrats. And then let's go ahead and Revival Bead, Lilith. Gotcha. Salvation. Oh shoot, Flynn was branded. Okay, so Flynn can be branded. Okay, I might have to go get the Null Nerve accessory then. I think there is one somewhere. But for the moment, let's swap in Lilith again. Let's Stigmata Strike. Keep it branded. Let's go ahead and Thunder Rain. Salvation. We are already charged, so let's go ahead and Desperate Hit, I think, right? Yeah, that's fine. Tries to Diarahan itself, it's branded. Missed the attack, nice, okay. We'll go ahead and charge with the MC again. Go ahead and Stigmata Strike. Keep it branded. There we go. Thunder Rain. Oh, here's the Iharo thing. We saw that last time. I'm just gonna skip through it. Okay. Salvation. And we charge, right? Yep. So we're gonna go in Desperate Hit. Nope, no good. Okay. Oh, you know what I should be doing, actually? Shooting with the rocket launcher, because I have the electric bullets. Okay, it's gonna punch Lilith a couple times, bring us all back to normal stats. Let's go ahead and... We'll go ahead and Luster Candy, that's fine. Oh, interesting. The Silent Prayer seems to have also gotten rid of Brand, maybe? Or maybe it just wore off after a certain amount of turns. But it's no longer on Flynn. I guess it also wears off on the boss as well, so... Interesting, interesting. We'll go ahead and... Thunder Rain. This is going a lot better. Salvation. We're gonna go ahead and, I guess, shoot. Nice. Good amount of damage there. And we might as well drain. Get Raphael some MP back. Ah, shoot. That's not good. Item time. Where are we going? Summon Stone, right? All the way at the bottom? Okay. Yeah, if I don't win this, I'll have to reload the save so I can at least keep some of these for the other two bosses. That or I'll have to go track down some more wherever I left them. Pass and Salvation. Spirit Focus. That's a better version of Concentrate, basically. Yeah. Flynn endured the attack. Okay. And dead. Okay. Well, it went a little bit better. Alright. Let's go see if I can go track down the null nerve. Well, do I actually have it? Might actually have it on me before I go running off somewhere. MP, HP, Panic Nullify, Poison, Heal, MP. Yeah, okay. I think the Null Ailment accessory is either at the club, like the exclusive club over by Ginza, or it's in that demon area, the like Ruined Tokyo kind of thing. Well, I guess it's all Ruined Tokyo. The like Chaos Trial area, which will be harder to get to, but let's just go see if it's over here at the club. I guess I'll have to make some money for it too, but one thing at a time. Okay, the other thing we could do is I could refuse, because let me double check something. I think I saw Party, Lilith, no ailment resistance. Is Lilith weak to poison? Did I see that right? I think I saw that right. Let me see. Demon list, Lilith. Not saying it here, but... She's weak to gun. No, she's not weak to poison. Is somebody here weak to poison? Also, Amaterasu never got branded, so it does look like Null Nerve does work on brand, which is good to know. Pixie's got a panic weakness, but that's not something we need to worry about. Okay, I thought I saw that somebody was weak to poison, but I guess I was wrong on that. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And even with all my preparations. Whatever. But yeah. I mean, I knew these fights were going to be hard, right? Like, even the Fiend fights are supposed to be pretty hard, so... Although I did see some really cool fight versions of fights being done yesterday, where somebody was doing them at like low level without doing any fusion and stuff. Sub Madman. They're definitely going to be doable with less setup on my end. Well, with more options on my end, but less setup. Okay, so the shop should be over here. Let me just grab this relic. Oh. Nah, more. How'd they get the first attack? Okay. Okay. Let me sell my junk. And then, let me see. Yeah, we're gonna definitely need more money for this probably, but let me just see if it's even here. Yeah, here it is. Because this gets rid of, this is Null Nerve. Oh, at least we don't have to go all the way there to grab that. Yeah, okay, I don't care about that. So let's go ahead and grab the sturdy earring then. I'm gonna need a little bit more money for that. Oh wait, actually I might have enough on me. Hold on.
Welcome.
Wait to see if I have some of the drops from the Mitamas that I can sell. Yeah. I don't know if this is actually gonna be enough.
Thanks. What do you want to sell? Thanks.
Okay, yeah, we're still a little short. Alright, let me go grab some money.
Burrows.
Yeah, so the things that you get from beating these guys is obviously you're able to fuse them, so we might end up fusing them for the boss tomorrow. But the other thing that you get is you get both of the upgraded versions of Charge and Concentrate. So Charge and Concentrate give a 2.5x multiplier to your next like corresponding attack. The upgraded version gives a 3.3 times multiplier. Wrong one. Okay. Yeah, I know. We had that conversation yesterday. No, I skipped breakfast this morning because I was rushing to start stream. So, yeah, I am hungry as well. But no, I guess if the stream goes too long, I'll have to go grab some lunch a minute. Probably won't go that long, though. I hope not. How many of these guys do I have to kill? Let's go for like 5 minutes. Hold on, let me just set a timer for like 5 minutes on my end. 5 minutes of killing these guys should be enough. We're already fairly close. I gotta say though, I really hate being back here. I spent like 3 hours running around this area yesterday between the XP and the money one. But it is what it is. Yeah, I just like waited to like do all the preparations till yesterday, and man, I can't believe I didn't notice that Null Nerve got rid of Brand until like today. Oh well. I guess it literally doesn't tell you in the game. I have to go to an external source for that. I guess you could kind of figure it out. I mean, having Enduron Flint is good too, but being able to annul the Brand is going to be useful, and the poison. Yeah, because if we get rid of, if we put Null Nerve on things, it gets rid of both the poison and the Brand, so. I mean, it's still doing almighty attacks, and it can concentrate those mighty attacks, or basically better version of it, so it can like 3x times the damage on an almighty attack, which is insane, but you know, it's like, it at least gets rid of one of the problems. So yeah, I guess we'll run Amaterasu, Raphael, and Lilith then. Yeah, I guess so. Too bad about Pixie. I guess if I put Null Nerve on it, it would have probably been useful still. Yeah, Null Nerve and then like Life Surge instead. Oh well, it would take forever to level up again anyway. At least like 20-30 minutes. I don't remember exactly how long it took last night, because I kind of leveled it up over time. Like I made it fairly early on, so that way when I was doing like the fusion for other stuff, it would get some XP there, and then like, you know, just while we're walking around doing stuff, it's more XP, but took a while at least. I know it took like 20-30 minutes to get like the last little bit of like leveling up done, so. Actually, I ended up putting the game speed at 1.5 for like the last hour, because I was like, oh duh. I just turned off the audio. I guess we could do that, but I'd have to like mute the game for a little bit and then like I don't know, just throw on some music, I guess. Not the most riveting thing in the world. I try to do as much preparation as I can off stream. Like doing this kind of stuff I usually try and do off stream, but you know. I'm not sure how much of this I should do off stream for Persona 4. Not sure if I should like do some extra streams on like Fridays, do 2 or 3 hours of preparation before the weekend, or if I should like just kind of go along and like however long it takes and just like stream all of it. Not really sure on that. We'll see, I guess. I'm not sure how difficult the challenge is going to be at this point. I think it's going to actually be fairly difficult. Like, I think it's going to be more difficult overall than the Persona 5 Royal challenge run, but I think that it's not going to have the like I don't think the intro is going to be as hard. I'm also not sure if I'm going to let I think I was going to let myself refuse Pixie as well this time around, because if I don't, there's literally no point in doing the social links, and I'd like to do the social links, so outside of like your party members. At least, like, with being able to refuse Pixie. I think I was thinking, that's the only one I can think of for the Persona games, at least, where I would allow myself to refuse Pixie. Like, even Persona 3 Fez, there's ways of making Pixie stronger without refusing it. Persona 4 Vanilla is the only game I can think of in the Persona series, like the mainline games, that I can't like make Pixie stronger without refusing it, because Persona 5 Royal has skill cards and a bunch of ways to make it stronger, right? We saw that. Persona 4 Golden has pretty much the same thing. It's a little harder to get stats maxed out, but over the course of an entire playthrough it would be fairly easy to do. And then Persona 3 Fez, Persona 3 Portable also has skill cards, and you can like spend in-game time to level up stats. Persona 3 Fez, at least you can spend in-game time to level up stats, and there is like random mutations you can get. But with Persona 4 Vanilla, it's literally just like get good RNG with like the shuffle time. Like when you do shuffle time and you grab like I think a blink card, there's a random chance of a random effect happening, and it can randomly be good or bad permanently. So it could like upgrade your skill, or it could permanently downgrade a skill. And I don't know what the rates are. Maybe it helps you more than it hurts you, but like it's still like random to even get that to proc at all, it seems. So I mean, maybe that'll be something that I have to take into consideration. Yeah, I don't know. Also, like, it'd be fun to like do the social links because it's the original version of Persona 4, and I've never played the original version of Persona 4, so it'd be cool to have all that footage in case I need to
those for you.
need it for a video or something.
What do you want to sell?
That's part of my thought too when like doing this, is like if I get good footage from it, I can like use it later, and I don't have to do another full playthrough of like Persona 4 Vanilla for a little while if I want to make like videos about it or something.
Thanks. What do you want to sell?
Anyway, but yeah, no, that'll be next week. I gotta like make a list of everything that I need to get done before next weekend.
Any other business I can help
I don't
you
know.
with?
Maybe I shouldn't be worrying about that too much because we've still got to get through this today, right? But I'm just thinking like I got to get that video done, and I still have to
Thanks.
yeah. Okay, so now we have Null Nerve on the MC,
Come again.
and we have a good amount of money left over, right? Yeah, so we can make something if we need to. But yeah, I need to finish that video and like get ready for Persona 4 here in a minute. I'm mostly ready for Persona 4, I think. I want to make a few more changes, I think, to the layout. Anyway, one thing at a time. So, for now, let me see here. Let me go ahead and so should we refuse any of these with like Null Nerve, I guess? Let's see, you're good. It would be Lilith and Raphael. How hard would that be to refuse Raphael? I feel like Raphael would be fairly easy to refuse with Null Nerve. Because if I go to Mido,
Welcome to the cathedral.
Special Fusion, and I go to Raphael a minute, we'll have to re-level him up, but it's not a big deal. Because we only need him to keep using Stigmata Strike. We're not refusing Uriel, Yggdrasil. We just need to get Null Nerve on Yggdrasil. I mean, he already has Hellish Mask, which helps, but I mean, Null Nerve would just be better here. So, okay. So, okay. Yggdrasil needs Null Nerve. Okay. Well, don't I have... Let's see. So if we sort by race, and then I go down to elementals. Where are they? Are they all the way at the bottom here? Where are they? They're there. I think I have an elemental with Null Nerve on it. Yes? Yes. Here we go. Salamander has it. And as well as Enduring Soul, which would be good to put on him. So, okay. So we need to get Null Nerve and Enduring Soul onto, and I guess Mana Surge, onto Yggdrasil. Okay. So can we do a straight line there, or are we going to have to pass through at least one other demon? Let's find out. Oh, he also gets healing know-how inherently. That's kind of nice, actually. Might have to give that to him. But let me see. So Salamander. No. Looks like we're gonna have to pass through at least one demon. Is there a demon we can pass through that has another good skill that we would like to grab? What would that be? That would be Life Surge. I don't see Life Surge on here. Life Surge would be good to have. Okay. Who has Life Surge? And can be fused into Yggdrasil. Somewhere around the 50s, probably. What about Grendel? Can Grendel be fused into Yggdrasil? No, he cannot. Okay. What about... Fuki? No, he cannot. Okay. What about... Oimitsunu? Nope. Okay. Nope. Okay. Zuyin. Yuzin can. Okay. So... Zuyin. Can we fuse Salamander into Zuyin? Probably. Salamander, nope. Okay. Let's just double check and see if there's anybody else who we can then. Actually, Zuyin doesn't even have Life Surge. I was looking at the wrong thing. How about Kali? Nope. Toast. Wrong. I see. Man, striking out here on this. Okay. I feel like... Well, then that wouldn't work anyway. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, and because we're fusing up. Dionysus? Probably not, but... No. Oh, Makami. We'd have to fuse like Aliat with it or something, but... Okay. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. Gosh darn it. Okay. Aryavata. Okay, there we go. Aryavata. And fuse Salamander into Aryavata. Sala. I'm spelling this correctly, yes? It's S-A-L-A. It is S-L-S-A-L-A. Okay. That is unfortunate. Okay. Well, let's just fuse Salamander up. Whatever. I'm not going to lose sleep over Life Surge here. Let's just see if we can figure out something. So if I go to... Would you guys want to see what I'm doing here? Let me go ahead and show you guys what I'm doing, because it's going to take a minute, and we're probably going to have to do this at least more than once. So let me set it up so you guys can see what I'm doing here. I'll just go ahead and zoom in a little bit here, and then I think I have... Yeah, display capture. And then that's going to go above Citra. Put it right here, right? No. There we go. That'll work. That'll be fine. Yep. All right. So, where were we? So Yggdrasil, and then we have Salamander. So let me go over here. We're gonna grab Salamander, and then we're gonna do forward fusions, and then I'm gonna pull this over, so I can just run through the forward fusions of Salamander real quick. And we're looking for something probably in the 50s here. So let me just scroll down to the 50s. Asmodeus. Nope. Belial. Nope. Kresnik. There we go. Yeah, okay. So we'll do Kresnik then. So to get Salamander into Kresnik, we need Gerillo. Okay. So that's our line then. So we're going to go from Salamander, use it with a Gerillo, get Kresnik, and then we're going to use Kresnik and then like one of these dudes to get Yggdrasil, and then we're going to fuse that into Raphael. And that's our line. And what do we need? We need null nerve. What do we want off Salamander here? We want to null nerve. Enduring soul. Mana surge. We don't need energy drain. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Okay. Sure. So let's go grab a... What did I say? A Gerillo. He's around level 61. Okay. Okay.
What will you do?
Some good things there we could pass over as well. So let's see. Gerillo, and then we're trying to make a Kresnik with this, right? Oh, I need to pull out a Salamander, don't I? What level is Salamander again? Did I not pull out a Salamander? Dang, okay. It is level 36, okay. Or I guess a bit higher? There it is.
What will you do?
And then we want to make Kresnik a minute. With Gerillo. There he is. And we want to pass down Enduring Soul, Mana Surge, Draconic Reaction is fine, Null Nerve for sure. Might as well pass down Endure, that's fine. Luster Candy, I guess, that's fine. So we have the Kresnik. And then we have to fuse that with either a knot or another dude here.
I shall be of use to you.
Let's see which one has skills that we might want to pass down. Do we have other options as well? We also have the option of Norn. Okay, so we have some options. So let's see. Level 82. Does she have Life Surge? She does not. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're not going to use her, probably. Or there's no, like, particular advantage to using her. What about Norn? At level 76-ish here. I did make Norn, didn't I? I did make Norn. I always make Norn. Nope. No Life Surge on her either. Okay. Anat, level 63. I guess I could have sorted by category and this would have been faster, but oh well. Managed Surge again. Okay. Pretty similar to what was on the last dude of Gerillo. Level 57. Toilet Lady. Yeah, okay. We'll just use Toilet Lady then because she's the cheapest. And then we're trying to fuse Yggdrasil using Toilet Lady and Kresnik. Yep. And what are we passing down? We are passing down Enduring Soul, Null Nerve, Mana Surge, Draconic Reaction, Endure, I guess. And then Luster Candy, sure. That's fine. That should be good. And then maybe we'll level up Yggdrasil once. So it can get healing know-how. So items. Heavy Grimoire. on Yggdrasil. Gotta be an enemy around here somewhere, right? There we go. Come here, you. I take it Raphael's here for the brand skill on Ancient of Days? Yes. Hey, Jeff and earlier. Yeah, I didn't realize that Null Nerve blocked brand until I looked at the wiki, so I'm working that through Yggdrasil onto Raphael right now. There we go. Healing know-how.
Burrows.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows.
Do I have the Raphael still on me? I do, don't I? I have to kick him out first. And then we should probably level him up till he gets brand again. I could have fused it down onto something else, but like... Is there any point in making a physical demon before we get Pierce Fizz, hopefully today, when we beat Sanat? Hopefully. Hopefully. We'll see. That's the next challenge here. For now, let's go down to Mido and remake Raphael a minute.
Cathedral of Shadows. Now.
And so, we don't need Tornado of God. Let's go and put Enduring Soul. Mana Surge, Null Nerve. We don't need Energy Drain, but it can serve as a placeholder till we get the other Drain skill. Let's take High Fizz Pleroma, because we're going to be using the brand skill a lot. We'll take Healing, Know-How, and Endure. We'll probably get rid of something here for the brand skill, but that's fine. Oh, shoot. Did I forget to cover its weakness? Oh, fudge. I don't care about this. Hold on. Did I forget to cover the weakness? No, tell me I didn't forget to cover the weakness. Dang it, it's weak to fire. Ah! Okay. Fudge. And I didn't register that Kresnik. Ah! Okay. Dang it. Okay. Breathe. All right. Shoot. We could just pass down the brand skill to someone. Budget. It might be faster to just pass down brand skill and Null Nerve onto something. I have it on something. What do I have the brand skill on? I put it on something. Who has it? Stigmata Strike is on Thunderbird. Okay.
Gather.
What are our other options then? Alright. Shoot! I can't believe I messed that up. That is very unfortunate. Okay. Let's go over here. Like, the only other thing I can think of is if I just refuse it again, if I get the money. Hold on.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Okay, so... Thinking. Okay. Fusion. Special fusion, but I'd have to refuse the stupid... we could do that, but like... I refuse the stupid Yggdrasil. Is there a... No, okay, there's not. I'd have to like refuse it with like a resist fire or something on there. Okay, fine. Alright, well then, let's see what our other options are then. We need something that, like, at least resists fire and ice. Or something we can put, like, resist ice on. Or resist fire on. So... Blade capture. There we go. Okay. Dang it. scroll all the way up. What do we got? What do we got? So fire and ice. Fire and ice. It doesn't matter if it should at least resist one or two of them, right? Oh, we still have to do Lilith too. Gosh darn it. I could do Metatron. Metatron's a good option. Sure. Metatron. What's it got? Arcadia. Okay. Its stats are pretty good. It's got a high health value. That's mostly what we want from it. Its MP is laughably low, but we could probably throw like Mana Surge on it. And a resist fire and ice. That's fine. Alright, we'll use Metatron. That's fine. So let's see. So Stigmata Strike is on Thunderbird in my compendium. And we fuse that forward with Salamander. No, we can't. Gosh darn it. That's unfortunate. Alright. Let's see then. Is there anything else that has Null Nerve? Oh, doesn't Mad Gasser get both of those? I think it does. Mad Gasser. Open that up a minute. It gets Hellish Mask. Shoot. Okay. List of skills. Null Nerve. Is there something that gets like both Null Nerve and... I guess if it just gets Null Nerve, that's fine for us actually. Is it Ouroboros? Yes, Ouroboros gets both of those. So Thunderbird plus Ouroboros, is that a valid combination? Let me just double check that I'm spelling that right. Oh, you are? Yep. Okay. What about some of these other ones? Like... Nope. That's not a valid combination. That's a valid combination. I think that might have skills on it too. Okay. So, So first things first, we need to grab a Thunderbird a minute. Which is, I think, somewhere in the 30s, right? It is 42. Okay. I think we just passed it. Yep. And there's Stigmata Strike on it. Okay.
What will you do?
Oh, I'm gonna need more money. Well, one thing at a time. Level 69 is... Army... Must have leveled it up some. There it is. It has Hellish Mask. Salvation. I guess that... Did it already... Did this version of it already have... Wait, didn't it say that it got Null Nerve? Huh? Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. My bad. Is that last one there Null Nerve? Or did I already get rid of it? No, the last one is Null Nerve. Okay, so I can just pull this out and level it up one more time. If I have the money. I do not have the money. Dang it. Okay. Alright. Alright, let's go get some more money. I need to feel... I need more money for this anyway. Oh, I forgot to throw in something else there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe... Is this really worth it? Whatever. One thing at a time. I need more money either way. I could just make the Raphael with Hellish Mask and be done with it. And, like, make Lilith... I don't want to remake Lilith. Either way, I'd need to pull out stuff from the compendium to remake Raphael again. This might have just been a wild goose chase. Shoot. Should I just reload the save then? Could. Because where was this, like, the last save? Yeah, okay. So stupid. All right. What are we doing?
Burrows.
I think I was... Was I leveling things up here? Yes. Yeah, because these are the Grimoire Mitamas. All right. Then quest, challenge, money. Go back over to the money thing. Okay, so I need like 5 minutes worth of money again. I swear I did 6 hours of preparation yesterday. Just wasn't enough apparently. Oh well. Yeah, like I said, making builds in this game kind of sucks, like more so than some of the other games I've played, like even other SMT games. Like SMT5 is very flexible about making builds. SMT3 was a bit more flexible about making builds. This game is like the worst of the SMT games I've played when it comes to actually making a build for a demon. The only one that might compare is probably the original version of Devil Survivor, because there was no compendium in that game. They added it for the 3DS remake though, so I didn't experience that too much, since I only played all the way through the 3DS version instead of the DS version. I don't know, even there, like... I feel like this is probably worse in some ways. Dang it, don't run away.
Burrows.
Okay. How's it going? You didn't miss much. I've just been trying to figure out a solution to the problem. I ended up reloading because like I spent 20 minutes going down a rabbit hole that didn't go anywhere. Partially because I messed up. If I forgot to put a resist skill somewhere and lost and like made the whole 20-30 minutes basically pointless, unfortunately. I could redo it again and do it properly, but at this point I'm just kind of like be one thing if I was doing it off stream, but like, man. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably do chicken and rice for lunch today. I got some chicken I made a few days ago that I gotta finish eating up. I don't know, just some chicken with olive oil and green and white onions cooked in the pan. Came out pretty good. I'll have to go get some more groceries here probably on Monday. Get some more stuff for lunches and all that. Oh boy. All right. All right, that should be enough. Let's go and rebuy the ailment accessory again. You know, one thing we can do actually. Let me just set this up real quick. It's gonna make things a lot faster. Oh, you know what? That won't work because of that. Yep. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I was gonna do something, but that's not gonna work out. Shoot. Now without... yeah, okay. Whatever. Whatever. Let's just go ahead and do it. Ginza. Okay. Not on Instagram at all, really. I had a Snapchat in high school, but that's about it. And that was mostly just to keep up with other people, because they were also on Snapchat. I know the only social media I'm on a lot is Discord. I have a Twitter because, yeah, just keep up with stuff and everything. That's about it. Did Tumblr back in the day. That was something. That was something. I had this weird bug the other day where every time I would open up a YouTube short on my PC, it would like double play the audio after a few seconds. Not sure why. I think it's gone now, but yeah. Not a huge fan of, I don't know.
Burrows.
Some YouTube shorts are good. I don't know. I don't like endlessly scrolling like YouTube shorts or anything. If I have to, I'll usually just, or if I see something that's interesting out of the corner of my eye, I'll click on it and then like click off.
Welcome. What do you want to sell?
Bum, 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 bum. Ba-dum, bum, bum.
Thanks.
Ba-da-dum,
What do you
dum.
want to sell?
Ba-da-dum, dum, dum. Da-da-dum, dum. Da-da-dum, dum, dum. Da-da-dum, dum. Da-da-dum.
Thanks. What do you want to sell?
Gotta say the soundtrack was really good for this game.
Thanks. What do you want to sell? Any other business?
All right, so accessories. Let's grab that sturdy earring.
Thanks.
I'll have to remember change
Come
it
again.
for that. Okay, let's go ahead and try this. We're just gonna try this fight again. Now that the MC has the sturdy earring and he can't be branded, we're gonna just try this again. And then, if I have to, I will remake Raphael again. But I hope I don't have to. Try this a couple times, I guess. I wonder if Sanat is going to be easier than this. Hopefully. We'll see, though. On the one hand, it uses a lot more physical attacks and almighty attacks, but on the other hand, Flynn uses gun, which it's weak to, so could like delete it if we need to. All right, let's just go ahead and luster candy and debilitate. Stigmata strike here. There we go. Thunder rain. Debilitate. Go ahead and shoot with Flynn. And we're gonna go ahead and I guess might as well punch it again. Dang. Lilith is already dead. I'll have to bring it back a minute. Might as well use a summon stone. I bet Raphael's already branded. I guess just pass. Ouch. I mean, is it somebody you know? Do you have to do something about it? I mean, if you feel like you have to do something about everything bad in the world, you're never going to get any sleep. Did Salvation just heal the brand, or did the brand wear off? I can't tell. Let's just charge with the MC, I guess. Or, oh, we could luster candy, I guess. Okay. But I feel like you shouldn't have to feel like you have to solve everything, you know? Charge Flynn. Take Mod Strike. We'll go ahead and Thunder Rain. Salvation. Yeah, okay. And then we'll go ahead and shoot. Okay, we've gotten to this part. So I think this is probably about the halfway mark of the fight then. When that guy shows up and does his little spiel. Let's go ahead and I guess drain. Get some health back since he's no longer branded on Raphael at least. Oh, I just punched him again. No! Dang it, he just healed himself. Dang it, it wore off. He's back to full. Gosh darn it. All right. Can you go into the Cathedral of Shadows after this fight? I want to fuse something. What do you mean? What do you want to fuse, Wamos? But after now, they took down the story about the jump. Yeah, I don't know. That's part of the reason why I don't like to be on those kind of websites, to be honest, is because, like, there's so much bad stuff in the world. Like, if you just live on there, there's so many bad things you can find. Just do it. Well, tell me what you want me to fuse, and I will tell you if I have already thought of it, because I spent 6 hours yesterday working on stuff, so I may have already thought of it. I don't understand. Are you joking that you're going to fuse something yourself in the game? Or are you trying to get me to fuse something? I don't understand what you're trying to get at, Wamos. Yeah, she is kind of squishy, but she does repel, this version of her repels fire and ice because I made her for the other archangels. And she has null nerve on her, so it just kind of worked out. I wasn't planning on using her, but then I realized null nerve blocks brand, so here we are. Also, she has Enduring Soul, so that does help, but there she goes, yeah. Probably could make something better. I don't know. I thought I prepared enough, but apparently I did not, so. What? No, I didn't defeat Sanat yet. Might be worth trying Sanat, actually. He might be easier here. Plus, if we get Pierce Fizz, it might help with this guy. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter too much, but, like, we could make a Pierce Fizz. Missed, okay. What's the gimmick here? The gimmick is that it brands and poisons with its almighty attacks. It also has fire and ice attacks. It also has the upgraded version of Concentrate. So it can 3x its almighty attacks. Or its other magic attacks. And it has a weakness of electricity, but if you exploit the electricity weakness, the next turn it'll try and heal itself with the Rahan. So the only way to comfortably be able to hit its weakness is if it's almost dead, or if you can brand it with other DLC demons, or DLC demon skills. But if the brand wears off on its turn, at the start of its turn, it'll just fully heal itself anyway. And it has 17k health. That's how this boss works. Mm-hmm. Not bad, it's not as worse. In some ways. Sanat can't full heal itself, you know? Like, it'll start spamming Gaia Rage when it gets low health or whatever, but, like, it can't full heal itself. Like, once it's at low health, it's at low health. So, pick your poison. Yeah. Yeah, the boss fights, the DLC boss fights are definitely pretty hard. I thought I made enough preparations, but apparently I didn't. Dang, Enduring Soul is even negated by Brand, huh? Even that's negated by Brand. Okay. I don't think it is. And also I got this. I don't think it does. That's from this right, and I don't know them anymore. The account was made a month ago. Yeah, it's. I mean, if you don't even know the person and they're trying to friend request you, generally that means it's not legit. Dang. Yeah, I know. I could like make something better. I didn't realize Null Nerve blocked Brand until now. So is what it is. Whatever. We're dead. I'll have to just Alright, let's just run out the clock, I guess. Oh my gosh, another miss on Flynn. Flynn resists fire. Another miss on Flynn. Nah, da, 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 da. Can't touch this. Okay. Alright, another one to the counter. Alright. So what are we doing? Are we making Raphael again with Null Nerve? I mean, I could do it again. Alright. Fine. What was the line again? Yeah, it's time for Cathedral of Shadows one way or another.
To the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Alright. Let's see. What are we doing here? We're going... Are we doing the... Going to try and do that again. A salamander. Why did we want to make? Because we wanted. Say why we wanted that. Enduring Soul. And then. Right, we were trying to get Life Surge, I think. Okay, fine. Let me see here. I've also got to do some fusion on my end. Okay. So. What's the line here? So Salamander, Null Nerve and stuff into that. We need a resist fire or better. Or better. Null fire is probably fine. Can we get null fire? Okay. Here, let me show you what I'm working on again. Okay. Here. All right, so what do we got? Salamander. Nope. What about you? Salamander? Nope. What about resist fire? Can we get at least a resist fire? A penny for a resist fire. Ah, here we go. Okay. Okay. So Salamander is at level 36 or so, I think. Oh, I just passed it. There it is.
What will you do?
And then we need a Nitsu. 49-ish. I've made this, right? Probably. Yeah.
Are you sure? Well then.
And then we're making a Rahabaki, because a Rahabaki gets resist fire. Enduring Soul, Mana Surge, Null Nerve. That's what we're here for. And then don't need energy drain. I guess we'll take it. That's fine. There's a resist fire there. Cool. Do we want anything else here? No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Yeah, okay. And then we have to get a Rahabaki into Yggdrasil, so... So, let's see. Yggdrasil... And then we have to go to... Ra. I'm spelling that right. Arahabaki. I always feel like I might be misspelling things, but I feel like I've played these games enough to remember generally how things are spelled. Okay, so it is Ara. Yeah, okay. So they can't go straight to that, But then let's bring this over here. Forward fusions of Arahabaki. Let me just see what we can make with Arahabaki that we can fuse into Yggdrasil. We want around the level 50 mark or so. So let me scroll down a bit. What about Dominion? Nope. Yanka. Okay. Not bad. Only took a couple seconds to get there. Okay. So then our line is this to that. Okay. So we need to Urlinger. Whatever. Okay. Snake, level 33. I hope I have that. Otherwise we can make one, I guess. Come on. Nope. Okay, I don't have that. Oh, right, it's the rainbow snake, isn't it? Did I not make the rainbow snake this time around? Okay. Let's just make one then real quick. Manticore
Sure.
plus Stonka here.
Are you sure?
There's Rainbow Snake. Am I using the right thing? Yes, I am. Just throw whatever on it.
Then I...
And then using our new boy and a Rahabaki, we're making this thing. I'll take Draconic Reaction, Enduring Soul, Null Nerve. I need Energy Drain. Sure, Endure. Why not? And Resist Fire. I need to remember to bring that down. Let's grab Bufudine as well.
Then I...
And then we can combine this with Slip. Yep. All right. We can combine it with Slemtier. I feel like I've heard this pronounced before, but I can't remember how it's pronounced. This thing, yeah,
What will
the
you
6-horse legged horse thing, right? Or the 8-legged horse thing from Norse mythology. Isn't this like the result of like Loki birthing a horse or something? Or am I misremembering the lore? I might be misremembering, but I could have sworn that that was the case. Oh, there's Drain Fire. Okay, we'll just take that then. Instead of Resist Fire. That's fine. Then Energy Drain, Enduring Soul, Mana Surge, Draconic Reaction, Life Surge, Null Nerve. We'll take High Fist Pleroma. That's fine. Yeah.
Then I...
No Mommy Gabby and Compendium. Gabriel? I have Gabriel. I banned the bot. Don't worry about it. Okay. What am I up to? Oh, I blanked. But yeah, I have Gabriel. In fact, I think I have Gabriel on me. Yeah. I was gonna use Gabriel, but apparently, for the brand, but apparently, it is nullified by... Ailment skills are nullified by Ancient of Days. I don't think there's a line for that, actually, though. Because they're both too high level, so they wouldn't fuse into anything. I don't think. Okay. Let me see here. Let me register that Yggdrasil.
What will you do?
And then we're gonna go ahead and fuse. Did I already kick out the Raphael? I did not. I gotta go kick out the Raphael. And then I think we have to level it up again, but we can do that in a minute. Oh, one sec.
Welcome.
I'm almost done here. I gotta finish fusing Raphael. And then I gotta level it up and get the Stigmata Strike back on it again. So, we don't need Tornado of God. We need Drain Fire to cover the weakness. And then we want Enduring Soul, Mana Surge, probably, Life Surge, Null Nerve, for sure. Ifis Pleroma. We'll take Energy Drain as a placeholder, and we'll take Draconic Reaction. We'll probably get rid of something here. Okay.
Gather demons and come again.
I have all of them. What do you mean? I have all the app skills. I have the DLC. I spent some time on it. I have all of them. Well, technically not all of them, because there's that stupid like fuse above your level thing that you're supposed to do on repeat playthroughs. Oh, now I have all of them. Apparently it only went up to 7. Okay. But yeah, I have everything. But I did fuse the Black Frost and King Frost without Demilingual. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a glitch with Citra, but that's how it always has been, even after I got the Demolingual skill. It works in battle, but not for some reason on the level ups stuff. But I did actually fuse... I did go through most of the game without the Demolingual skill. That part is accurate. And I fused King Frost and Black Frost without it. Yeah, I'm not sure on that. That's just how it's been. Couldn't tell you why. See if I have enough to get at least the Stigmata Strike on Raphael. If not, I can hop into the DLC stuff, but...
Burrows.
But I mean, like, you can figure out what they're saying, like, what the prompt is. I've never been like, oh, I don't know what's going on here, because they're all the same. It looks pretty good. Yeah, it cleans up pretty good. I think I'm running it at a higher internal resolution than usual. There are a few graphical bugs with Citra, where, like, for example, Flynn's shadow will appear on, like, the ceiling sometimes, like when you're walking upstairs or whatever. Not sure why. What are we getting rid of for this? Draconic Reaction, I guess. Yeah. But, for the most part, it looks pretty good. No. I don't want Judgment Light. Stop trying to get Judgment Light. That's not useful on the boss at all. Alright. Raphael. See if we can get his trained skill a minute. Yeah, sometimes there's a slowdown when it tries to like load in a new effect or something, like a new death effect. But considering that the death effects used not to work at all, that's an improvement. Also, I think some of the blinking eye stuff doesn't work properly, but it's hard for me to tell without having played the original on original hardware. Or having played this without having played this on original hardware. Yeah, older builds of Citra, I think, can't properly render some of the sprites and their effects, if I remember correctly. So, even when their eyes are glowing blue, sometimes like the eyes will flicker, and I'm not sure if it's like supposed to be like kind of like glowing instead of like flickering, or if their eyes are supposed to be kind of flickering like that. It's hard for me to tell. Like I said, I haven't played on original hardware, so. I could export this save to original hardware, though. I do have a way of doing that. I have a modded 3DS, or rather, new 2DS XL, so I could do that if I wanted to. Might be fun to mess around with off stream at some point, but for now. You can also, like, get a texture pack with Citra that, like, up-reses some things, but I think it's mostly AI up-resing, so it's kind of funky in places.
Burrows.
They're supposed to do that, but not in a strange way. Yeah, I'm not sure, like I said, but for the most part it works pretty well. And you don't have the limitation of the 3DS's screens, so it's just however it renders, so. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, okay. Interesting. I know that, like, well, okay. So some of the textures are not AI upscaled, Lorenzo. The one I found, the UI was clean, but the... I mean that there's a texture pack that you can apply to Citra with Citra on this game that replaces some things. The UI looks pretty clean. That's actually what I used for the GIF at the top of the chat box there. But some of the UI stuff has been very clearly AI upscaled. For example, the like little panel that shows up when you scan in a new location, it was really obviously AI upscaled to me. Just because, like, you can see, like, the usual artifacts of, like, the blobbiness, basically, where it, like, will combine, like, lines together and stuff like that. So it seemed obvious to me anyway. Probably I didn't go through it entirely. I did think about, like, applying it, but, like, I didn't want to go through and, like, remove all the things that looked bad. So, but yeah, up to you if that's a, like, deal breaker for you or not, though. I guess if you probably wouldn't notice it if you weren't, like, looking at the actual file themselves. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. The one I found, like, overhauled everything. A lot of that stuff got taken down after the Citra, like, stuff got taken down. So I had to, like, find a Reddit post that, like, had of somebody who had backed up some stuff on a Google Drive somewhere. So... but I found them. I found a bunch of texture packs for, like, all the 3DS SMT games, so I just kept them and I'm importing them for now. Maybe I'll use them in the future, but... anyway. That's level 85 for Raphael. Let's go ahead and save and try that fight again, now that he can't be branded. The only other thing I could think at this point is I could entirely remake Lilith a minute and give her Null Nerve as well, so she can't get branded, but yeah, one thing at a time. That, or I could make something better than Amaterasu. Honestly, I could just fuse Amaterasu's skills onto, like, something else, because it has, like, all the skills I would want. Pretty much, because it has Salvation, Debilitate, Energy Drain, Healing Know-How, Repel Ice, Enduring Soul, Null Mind, Null Nerve. So I could, like, replace Null Mind with something and just, like, fuse all these skills onto, like, something that has either better resistances or a better health bar or something. It would be mostly fine, but let's see if I lose here and then I can do that. How about that? We'll do another attempt, and then if I lose again because of Amaterasu, I can remake, I can move those skills over to something else. I can even, like, re-pull out Amaterasu, and then if that thing dies, I have Amaterasu as backup, so. The other thing about, like, applying those, like, texture packs, though, is it does slow down the game when it's, like, loading stuff. So that's another reason to, like, not bother with it. I don't know. I don't know how much of a load it actually puts on, like, trying to load stuff, but yeah. Can't you... I can speed it up. Yeah, I can speed it up. I can speed it up to 150% if I need to, but it'll mess with the audio, obviously. Yeah, that's how it is with all emulators. If you speed up a game, it'll also speed up like all the sound and everything. Oh shoot, the brand wore off right away. At least it's at the start of the battle. Dang it. Ah, Lilith died again. Okay. Amaterasu, Enduring Soul. I don't see it that way. I see it like normal size, so it's something more like this. I just have the screen separated out so I can like move them around if I need to, depending on which screen the game is focusing on. In OBS, it's just a hotkey so I can swap them around. Yeah. Yeah, it looks normal on my end, except for with like these huge, ugly, like, here. This is what it looks like for me all the time. It's got like all these ugly black stuff around it, so this looks much nicer. And it shows like way better on like a phone screen, so. Yeah, I'm just manipulating it in OBS. Anyway, we're kind of doing poorly here, so let me pull in somebody. I wonder if Uriel would be good here. Actually, it might be. I'd have to see what its resistances are, though. Might be worth pulling out, at least. I don't have Uriel on me, do I? No, I don't. Okay. Okay. Nah, Amaterasu went down. At least it refunds my items if I lose, so I don't have to keep reloading a save or something. Gosh darn it, Amaterasu. Oh, I guess Enduring Soul doesn't re-proc if you revive something then. Yeah, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. I feel like there's a different strategy here I could be doing that would work way better. I feel like I shouldn't even be bothering with its weakness at all. Like, if it's just gonna keep healing itself. Brand. Brand makes all healing go down to 1. It's a status element that can be only inflicted by DLC bosses. That's why if you go and look at Null Nerve, it doesn't say it stops Brand in the game, because it's a DLC thing, so you can't remove it. No, it wears off after a few turns if you last long enough, but you can block it with Null Nerve, so. That's why I was fusing Null Nerve onto Raphael there. Yeah, Salvation or Amrita doesn't remove it. Oh, nice. Oh, because I was charged, yeah. And I got a crit. Oh, I missed with that? Dang. Okay. Oh, he missed that attack. Okay. Yeah, there's a Raphael gone. Oh no, Enduring Soul. Okay. I don't know, Desperate Hit. Yeah, I think my best bet is instead of going for its weakness, I'm just going to hit it physically. I should just pull out my Uriel. As long as he has decent resistances. Another thing we could do is we could try Sanat a little bit. Oh, this. Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and pull out Uriel a minute, if I have enough money for that.
To the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather.
Where did I put it? Where is he? There he is.
Are you sure?
Barely enough. All right, that should be fine. Null's Fire, neutral dice. That'll be fine. Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can look pretty goofy with some of the armor outfits in the game. Alright, let's try this. And then if this doesn't work, we'll fuse some better... fuse Amaterasu skills onto something else. Yeah, it is. I thought it was a monk outfit for the longest time. Like, I thought it was some, like, bald monk outfit. But nope, it's Lucifer. Let's Luster Candy. Pass. Tanuki Throw. No crit, unfortunate. Let's Debilitate. Luster Candy. Walter White is the second phase. I am the one who Megidolons. Okay, so it's using its ice attacks now because Uriel is only neutral to it. Okay. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and we don't need to debilitate or anything. Let's go ahead and charge on the MC. Let's go ahead and pass. Charge with Uriel. Salvation. And then we'll go ahead and I guess either Riot Gun or Desperate Hit. Let's Desperate Hit. We want the crit if we can. There we go. And we got the Smirk. Very nice, very nice. Let's just go ahead and Stigmata Strike then, I guess. Well, if you... Weird thing with the AI in this game, if it has silent, the silent thing, where it'll, like, reset all the buffs and debuffs, it usually won't do that unless you're either +3 or the enemies are -3. So they won't usually silent prayer the bosses that have silent prayer unless you've maxed out buffs or debuffs on one of them. So... But you can get it at like +2 and -2, and they won't usually go for it. So, yeah. Very odd. But useful. Okay. See you later? Alright, see you later, Lorenzo. Let's go ahead and Desperate Hit, try and get a crit. Maybe. I think it's just how it's programmed. Like, how the AI is programmed. So it'll just chooses to use it only... Like, it probably only makes it a priority when it's, -3 or +3. I've had it do it without it being at those stats, but it's usually only if it has, like, nothing else to do. Yeah, there we go. See? But it's the only thing that can help with damage output in this game, since there's no endurance stat, so... Generally still worth doing. Yeah, we could actually, like, try and beat Sanat after this, maybe. I think probably what I'll do is I'll fuse Amaterasu skills onto something better. And then if that doesn't work, we'll try Sanat, maybe. Yeah. And if we get Sanat somehow killed, we can fuse the better skill onto Uriel and stuff, so we can make a better version of Uriel than he is now, so okay. Salvation. Lester Candy again. Are there any bosses after that? Yeah. I was planning on doing the last one tomorrow. The last one is Masakato's Shadow. You basically fight a form of Masakato who has gone, like, on a rampage. He nulls everything in the game, so you need pure skills from, like, the DLC demons and stuff. And he has, like, a skill that's an almighty skill that always hits as a weakness. We'll try him tomorrow. See how it goes. And then there's also the Fiends, technically, but they're like a 1 in 256 chance to show up in their respective spots, so... Yeah. Yeah, pretty nasty. Also, I think he gets like 6 press turns, if I remember correctly. It's nuts. Anyway. What was I doing? On normal? Not sure. I think that's on just on all difficulties, yeah. I think that's correct. Ah, shoot. This guy's gonna die, isn't he? Alright, Kanuki throw. See if you can get yourself a crit or something. Nope. Dang it. Poison. Somebody poisoned the water hole. All right, let's summon Stone. Bring him back a minute. Dang it, Amaterasu. And that guy's gone too. All right. Well, at least Raphael's still here with me. Pass. New key throw. Nah, not bad. Ah, shoot. This is gonna be bad. Smirk and it's... Yeah, okay. I don't think we have a way to bring MC back, do we? Oh, it's at low health. Apparently. So we got fairly close. I think if I just put Amaterasu's skills on something that has more health, we could probably win next time. We'll see here. All right, there we go. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and put Amaterasu's skills on something else then a minute. We need to make some more money for that though, because we're gonna need to get some more money to move things around. Yep. Well, I'll have to make some more preparations. And then after this, we'll try Sanat, whether we win or lose. But we got pretty close that time, so. All right, let me set a timer for like 5 minutes. We'll just make 5 minutes worth of money, and that should be good enough. Honestly. Oh. I think it might be the same music, actually, yeah. Yeah, 4 uses some of 3's music, 3 HD uses some of 4's music, and 5 uses some of both of their music, so you can hear some familiar themes in certain areas of the games. I mean, it's all good music, so no point in not reusing it, I suppose. Yeah, Nocturne 3 HD, the 3D like, or sorry, the HD version that got put out on modern stuff and like has Rydao and as an option instead of you can choose either Rydao or Dante. Yeah, the PC and like modern console version, yeah. Like, I think the certain sections of like walking around on the overworld uses some of SMT4's music in that game. So part of me wants to see what's behind that hair, and part of me really doesn't. This port is good. Is this port? Sorry. Are you asking if the more modern ports of Persona 4 Golden and Persona 3 Portable are good on PC?
Which port are you asking is good? Modern Nocturne port. Yeah, I would say it's good. I didn't encounter any issues with it. You get to pick between either Dante or Rydell as your dude who shows up and is like chasing you down, which is interesting. You also have, you know, some like quality of life stuff that they added. I think they added modern skill, like manual skill inheritance to that version of the game. So it does make it easier, but it also makes it less like tear your hair out when you're trying to do stuff like Lucifer. There's also DLC for Mitama grinding if you need it in the end game. Again, useful for the Lucifer grinding section. If you're trying to go, you know, true demon. You also get a native 16:9 output or whatever instead of like the original. Generally, it looks cleaner. I will say with the ports to PC for P4 Golden and P3 Portable, Persona 4 Golden's port to PC is really good. Persona 3 Portable's port is not good. Persona 3 Portable's port uses a lot of AI upscaled stuff. And like there are sound effects and like voice lines that sound worse than the original Persona, like the original port, the PSP version and everything. It's just generally a mess. At least it has modding, so if you mod it, it can be better and like you can fix a lot of those issues. But unfortunately, the Persona 3 Portable port that they put out on PC and stuff recently is not good. But the Persona 4 Golden port is a bit older and is much better for some reason. Whee! Okay. That should be good enough. Alright, let's go back and mess around with Fusion. No, I have to go sell this stuff first. Yeah. Yeah, at least you have fantasy and stuff. Honestly, one achievement I don't know if I'm ever gonna get is the playing with both protagonists achievement on Steam for that game, because like why else would I play it other than to play as Femc? Because I'll probably play it off stream at some point to get footage for videos, and it's just gonna be Femc footage. Like why would I ever play as the dude?
Welcome. What do you want to sell?
Yeah, and that's the reason you play Portable, right? Is for the Femc. For the most part, there are some advantages that Portable has over Fez, like manual party control without modding and skill cards.
Thanks. What do you want to sell?
But compared to Reload, you know,
Thanks. What do you want to sell?
definitely less of a thing now. Although Femc is, the mod for Femc and Reload is coming along pretty well at this point. Like I keep seeing updates and it looks pretty impressive. So, okay. Let's see what we got here.
Welcome
To the Cathedral of Shadows, where demons gather. Okay, so display capture. What are we making? We're making something decent. We're trying to make something decent. We don't care about the resistances. We just care about it having a decent amount of health and MP. Mostly, probably a bit of both. Bit of both. Sano, Chiyu. That wouldn't be bad. Chiyu wouldn't be bad. It'd also be nice if we can just fuse it right into it. How do we spell Amaterasu? Some connection with P4. Oh, right, yeah, there's that too. Yeah, you're right. There's some new stuff with P4. I don't know about the saving of characters. That's a bit more contentious with people just because, you know, death is such a huge part of the series. There's also some weirdness with the new social links with the guys. Both Ken and there we go. Okay. Yell Rider. Oh, it's got to be with a fiend. Ah. For that, shoot. That's the only one. And yeah, okay. That's not gonna work then. Okay. But yeah, anyway, what I was trying to say is this would be a good option. Both Ken and Junpei social links are kind of weird with the femc. Ken's because dating a minor and like a minor, not like, oh, we're both in high school, like you're in middle school, I'm in high school kind of thing. Also the whole weirdness with Junpei trying to date him when he canonically has a girlfriend, and it's like a big part of his character. So there's a little bit of weirdness with that, but there is some like good stuff about like the guy social links, obviously. And then the new stuff with Margaret is fun. Being able to fight her is fun. Yeah. And then like the new social links and stuff. Kind of. It's weird. He gets like really conflicted because at that point, if you pursue him romantically, he like feels like he'd be betraying Chidori if he like dated you, and he kind of like, it gets kind of funky. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how it goes. I didn't do it for obvious reasons, but I know it gets kind of funky. Either way, it's kind of funky, so. Like, some of the guys were never meant to have social links, especially where you could date them, so. I mean, like, how do you have a social link with, like, both versions of the Koromaru social link are, like, kind of because it's literally you're trying to talk to a dog. Like, at least if I guess was there to translate, or, like, I don't know. I felt like Koromaru social link should have been more kind of like the Fox social link, where it's more about the world around and like people around in town, because Koromaru is known well throughout the town, right? So I thought it would have made more sense if you got to learn or more about the town and like the people around Koromaru for his social link, and like he's just like, that's how you like rank him up. I thought that would make more sense, but I don't think they really did that too much in either of his versions of his social link kind of thing. I guess it's not really a social link in P3R, but you know, you do the hangouts and stuff, so you do get a little bit of that, but I wish they had leaned more into it. But yeah. Okay. So this has a specific fusion though. That's not gonna work. I guess anything with a specific fusion isn't gonna work, huh? This could work. I mean, it'd be good to have a resist more than anything else, but it could work. Do we have anything that like resists these things? Masakato. Does he have a specific fusion? No, he doesn't. Well, it's still strange. It's still strange to be able to romance the teachers as well. Yeah, you don't have to romance Ken, yeah. But also the like way he talks about things and stuff is kind of weird with the like whole romance thing as well. So I don't know. It gives off some weird vibes, to be sure. Yeah, you don't have to romance Ken, for sure. But, yeah. Anyway. Do we really not have a good way of doing this? Okay. There's gotta be... Well, Masakato doesn't have a lot of MP, does he? Yeah, I ran into that problem before. I mean, he's, like, about the same as Maya here. Does she have a straight fusion from Amaterasu? Nobody does. Nobody has a straight fusion to Amaterasu, huh? How high can Amaterasu even go with her forward fusions? Level 89, like, she can go up there pretty high. She's not, like, an extremely low-level demon. I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing. let me put it this way. It'd be the same thing as, like, if you could date Maiko, the, like, girl who's going through, like, her parents breaking up and everything. It'd be the same thing as if you could date her, right? It's pretty much the same age gap. Yeah, there's the little peck on the cheek that's kind of cute at the end of her social link, whatever, but it's not like you can date her, right? So I don't know. I think that people would be kind of weirded out by that if you could date her. So yeah, she does. She gives you a peck on the cheek and, like, talks about that a little bit. Her dad gets upset over it and, like, says he won't let you take her away from him or whatever at the end of the social link. So there is that. Yeah, but it's, like, not like a full-on actual dating thing. It's more just like a kid being cute for the most part, I think. And it never goes anywhere, right? And also, you're not the one initiating it. Like, because you can choose to romance Ken, you have to be proactive in romancing Ken with his social link, right? It's not something that just happens, like with the girls in okay, that'll work. Unlike with the girls in P3 Faz, right, where it's just auto, yeah, you're dating all of them, haha, Lamau. You have to, like, actively go after him. So okay, so Amaterasu plus this dude 54. We might have to level up Titania in a minute, but should be fine. Where is it? Oh, it's this dude. Okay.
What will you do? Well then. Now.
And then we're making the weird version of Titania here. So Salvation, Enduring Soul. Null Nerve, Life Surge. And dang. Her HP is not that different than Amaterasu's, actually. Well, she could do mana gain and life gain, and that'll help, though. Instead of having... yeah, okay. And then, what else do we want? Debilitate, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Debilitate or Mana Surge? Well, let's replace Mana Gain with Mana Surge, because that's just better. And then we'll also throw in Endure, because why not? And then Debilitate should be fine, right? Yeah, that brings her up a good amount. And then we can level her up, like, a bit, and that'll help. And then we'll pull out Amaterasu a minute. And then we have two options. So if one of them goes down, we can just bring in the other, and they're pretty much the same. Let's see. Where did I put Amaterasu? Where is she? Did I pass her already? Come on. Dang. She's like level 79 at base. Okay, so I passed her. Oh, there she is.
Are you sure?
There we go. Okay. So now we have two Amaterasus. Yeah, the Titanian Oberon redesigns are kind of weird. I kind of like the original better. These are interesting, but I like the original better, personally. Personal preference. Let's go ahead and level those guys up a minute. We could also level up Uriel, get everybody to, like, level 85, because that's what the level this boss is at, so... My goodness, at this rate, we're only going to get Ancient of Days done today. Unless Sanat is that much easier. I mean, he does have a gun weakness, so once he starts spamming Gaia Rage, I can just swap. I can just, like, have the MC, like, break him pretty much. I have a strategy for that. But, yeah. Yeah, the Archangel designs are really cool. Yep, Lilith's design is also really cool, too. Alright, do I have any level up items already? I have some light grimoires I could use. Just go ahead and use those up a minute. Yeah, we'll try and get these guys to level 85 a minute. And then we'll try again. We'll try Ancient of Days after this. So the plan is I'm gonna do a P4 Pixie only run of the original Persona 4 after this. And then after I get done with that, it looks like the remake of the first Rideout game is gonna be out, so I'll probably play that. And then after that, I still have Persona Q2 as like the last Persona game I haven't played. And then I'll play Apocalypse later this year at some point. I don't know. I was planning on playing it earlier, but you know, there's the whole remake coming out, so it'll probably be a couple months. But I am planning on playing Apocalypse later this year. Also, I kind of need a break from SMT4, to be honest. We're at 150 some hours. What are we at? Save file. What are we at? No, not that much. I'm at 118 hours. Okay. So, it feels longer. Actually, it probably is a bit longer because save files, but doesn't include all the times, you know, you died and didn't save, but... No, I need a break from SMT4. I'm sure SMT4A will probably be better, but I need a break from it. So, yeah, we're gonna play some Persona 4 Challenge Run. Try out the original Persona 4, you know, try out the Rideout remaster when that comes out, play some, and then we'll play some SMT4A and Persona Q2 this year as well. Get through all the 3DS games pretty much, right? But yeah. They call it a Rideout remaster? I don't know. I think they're calling it HD, but I'm just calling it a remaster or a remake or whatever. I think it's more a remake than anything else because they're changing up how the combat works to be a bit smoother than the original PS2 version. So I would say it's more of a remake than anything else. But I think it's like Rideout, like the original title, Rideout and the something army or whatever, right? And then HD is what they are actually calling it. Yeah, SMT Devil Summoner Rideout Kuzunoha versus the Soulless Army HD or whatever. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So play that when it comes out, hopefully, or around the time it comes out, depending on how long the Persona 4 Challenge playthrough takes. So. Rideout Remaster HD. That's a lot longer, though. I'll say that.
Burrows.
Right. Gotta use these items on them, because they won't just level up from beating them. Gotta use the actual items on them. I guess you could just call it the Rideout Remaster. No need for the HD part there, really. No. It's just that like I said, I've finished most of the Persona games. Technically, I haven't, I did Persona Q earlier this year. If you go onto the main YouTube channel, I think that should work now. If you go onto the main YouTube channel, you can see like I have a playlist of like all the previous games I've played through, like playlists of the playlist pretty much on the main page there. Did that work? If that didn't work, the command didn't work, let me know. I gotta fix that then. But or if you scroll down on the about me section for Twitch, I think I have a whole list of the games I've played on stream at this point. It's pretty long, but yeah, it's there. But basically, I've played through all of the Persona games, including the fighting games and everything. Yeah, technically, I've been streaming for a little over 5 years now. About 5 years. And then I've been doing YouTube stuff for like the last 2 or 3. Trying to remember. Because I played the first game I played on YouTube as well. And when I tried to start getting a bit more serious about making videos on YouTube was right around when Persona 5 Royal came out on PC. So that was like what? 2022? Something like that. So but yeah, over the last 5 years I've played through all the Persona games bit by bit. First one I played through was Persona 3 Fez, then Persona 3 4 Golden, and then I played Persona 5 Royal when it came out on PC. And then I got a bit more serious about like trying to get through the games, so yeah. So I've played through like, you know, the Tactica game, the Strikers game, I've played a little bit of P3 Dancing. Technically, I haven't played P4 Dancing or P5 Dancing, but you know. You know. I played the Arena Fighter game last year. Got through the entire story of that. Played through, I guess, the first mission when it came out on Steam. Used a, like, translation of the script to kind of, like, fumble my way through things. Played, obviously, Reload when it came out. Played Metaphor when it came out. I played Persona Q earlier this year. So, only thing left for that series is Persona Q2, and technically, Persona 2 flip phone mobile version that is now on Steam through Gmod. I don't know if it has an English translation yet, though. Because I did play Persona 1 and 2. At least the PSP versions of them. I didn't go back and play, like, the original PS1 version of them yet. If I ever will, but... yeah, so... And then I've played 3 and 5 of SMT. So I played SMT 3 HD, like, I think a couple years ago now. And then I played SMT 5 Vengeance when it came out. Did both the stories. That was a lot of fun. I want to go back and do Godborn at some point this year. And then obviously I'm playing through SMT 4 and 4A this year. I'm probably going to start working my way back through some of the other SMT stuff now. So starting to do more challenge runs of the Persona games now that I've done most of them. Would like to do a challenge run of Metaphor as well this year. We'll see how it goes. And then I've also been, on weekdays, I've been working through the Yakuza series. I'm on Yakuza 2 right now. I played 0, 1, the new one, the pirate one, and now I'm on 2 for that. Probably gonna take a break and play some DMC 5 after I finish 2. Gonna try Dante Must Die difficulty, and then I'll go back and do 3 and 4 this year, as well as Dead Souls. So I'm trying to get through stuff. Takes a while to get through all these games, obviously, but you know, chip away at it. It's fun. I did. No, I'll get to them. Not this year. SMT, if I don't know if it has an English translation. If it has an English translation, I'll get around to it eventually. I did do Devil Survivor. Technically, SMT Devil Survivor is the only other SMT game I've played, I think. Outside of 3, 5, and now 4. I played a little bit of Strange Journey on my own time, back in the day. And then I've played a little bit of the original Devil Survivor as well on my own time. Because I had one of those Ace cards growing up, so... And the DS was, like, my favorite, mobile handheld, so... I've played pretty much everything on the DS, at least a little bit. Yeah, and then I would like to try some other RPG later this year as like maybe a break from the Atlas stuff. If we can, we'll try and like play, I don't know. I'll throw up a poll and we'll play something like maybe Xenoblade or maybe a Final Fantasy game or something. We'll see. Like I said, I'll throw up a poll and we'll see what people want to see. It'll be good to do. Try and work that in somewhere in all that. Yeah. Xenoblade, maybe a Final Fantasy game. Nier would be good. Pick one of those, throw those up in a poll, see what people want to see. So, I don't know. It sounds like a lot, but when you consider that's going to be over the course of an entire year, it's probably not going to be a lot. It's not going to feel like as much, you know? No, I did a whole stream for the yearly anniversary of when I started streaming, the 5-year anniversary, and I was like, okay, here's what I'm doing for the rest of the year, or what I would like to do for the rest of the year. That and try and like make some more videos, because I haven't been making as many videos as I'd like to be. So I'm trying to work through and finish a... Well, I'm unemployed, so that helps. I'm trying to find a job after college, but haven't found one yet. So I'm trying to finish. I did Persona 5 Royal with only Pixie and only the girls, so I didn't do any of the guy social links or didn't use any of the guy party members. And I beat both the twins and Lavenza as well. So I'm trying to work through finishing that video before the P4 Pixie only video, or before the P4 Pixie only stream start. So trying to finish that between this week and next week. Split it up on like next Friday or whatever. I gotta work on that here today and kind of try and finish it up here this week. So getting there. I have to edit down Lavenza, and then I have to make a thumbnail, title, and do a quality control pass over the whole thing. Make sure it all looks good as best I can. So make sure we're ready for P4. Got the layout all ready for that and everything. So, but yeah, being unemployed helps for sure with free time. Try to keep myself busy though. And I mean, I can mostly keep up this schedule, if and when I do get a job, probably later this year. Hopefully, my bank account says hopefully I'll get a job later this year. But the only thing is like videos wouldn't come out as fast, obviously. Yeah, honestly. I was very bad at time management in my first year of uni and everything, because I didn't have to like do any of that kind of stuff in high school for the most part. I just did my homework or whatever, and that was it. And then once I was done with homework, I had time. Unironically, Persona 3 Fez helped me out a lot with time management. Like learning time management skills, because you couldn't, you know, you have to like really plan out your days there if you want to be able to do as much as possible. So just having that as like a thing you had to do was honestly really helpful. And like I kind of like transferred over the system. I've made some adjustments to it now, but I've kind of like done the same thing where I like try and break up the day and like try and see what I'm gonna do like during the day and everything. But yeah. Yeah, that's how I learned time management skills, is because P3 Fez is like really strict with how much you can do during your for social links and stuff, so. Yeah, I tried to make guide videos for P3 Fez. They're a little crusty now, looking back at them, because I've gotten, you know, it's always that thing that you know, when you talk about making stuff as a YouTuber, it's like, yeah, I look at my earlier videos and cringe, and I honestly do. Some of the audio balancing on them is like really bad. The editing is pretty simple. I could do better at that. Maybe I'll go back and remake a couple of them in like a couple of years here, but I'd like to make some more videos. I'm doing an off-stream playthrough of P3 Fez on and off, trying to get footage so I can make more videos, because I lost all that footage at one point. And then I'm gonna do like an off-stream playthrough of like Persona 3 Portable hopefully later this year, and then once I do one more reload, and I'll have, you know, trying to like get the footage of that stuff so I can like make videos about them, get some good quality footage, take notes so I know which days I did like different social links and stuff. So if I need like rank 7 of you know, Yukari social link, I can just like control F for it on a Google Doc somewhere and like find the exact footage I'm looking for. Takes a little while because you have to like play the game and take notes at the same time. But it's good to do. It'll be useful later. Honestly, P3 Fez is the most strict one. P4 Golden and P5R, you have a lot more wiggle room to get everything done. And you can usually get all the social links done in those games without try-harding too much. P3 Fez is like really strict on it. Other ones not as much. They loosened up on that as time went on. You still might have to do like a second playthrough if you want 100% the game. Like with P5R, there's like bonuses for 100%ing the game that like lets you summon things for free from the compendium, but you have to like both befriend and romance all the girls. So you have to either load up a previous save or do another playthrough. And there's also the new game plus bosses, so. Yep. No, it does sound like a lot that I've done, but I've definitely done it over like the last, you know, 5+ years, so it doesn't feel as much. Yeah, I'd like to start working my way backwards through the SMT games a bit more, now that I'm pretty much done with the Persona games, hence playing SMT4 this year, and SMT4A later. Dang. Okay, reflect. Nice. Alright. Oh, shoot. I forgot to use Alright, let's use one more of these level up items, and then we should be good to go. We'll just use one on you. Just why not? Just use them till I'm out of them. Level up a bunch of guys here. Alright, one more fight, and then we'll try Ancient of Days one more time, and then once I've tried it again... I don't know. I think it depends on what you want out of the SMT games versus Persona games. Like, I remember people saying that they want a Persona game with, like, an adult cast, and I'm like, play Persona 1 or 2 or play SMT, right? Kind of thing. Although I think Metaphor was pretty good for that, actually. Like, Metaphor was kind of something that kind of fit in there. Like, I have a friend who didn't really get into the whole high school setting of Persona 3 Reload, but really got into the fantasy setting of Metaphor. So that was good for him. He was able to do that and try that out, and like maybe down the line he'll like try Persona again. I think what people are annoyed about with SMT is if you enjoyed the original SMT games and you're like a old school diehard fan, you really dislike the fact that Persona is now the main like baby of Atlas, and that's the one that gets all their attention nowadays. Or at least that's the way it feels, right? There are also some people, some madmen like Lorenzo. He is of the opinion that we should go back to first-person dungeon crawling for for the games, and he likes playing through the games with the old school restrictions of like your player character not being able to use magic and stuff. He's a madman. He has his own channel and stuff where he like goes through and like posts videos of like boss fights of him like doing his challenge playthroughs. But yeah. No, but and you know, yeah, he's having a good time, so whatever, man. But yeah, I think it's mostly just that SMT fans are kind of annoyed that Persona gets a lot of the spotlight, and also the games are quite a bit easier, which if you're coming into SMT for that good like hardcore like RPG kind of challenge, like get kicked over and over in the teeth until you win kind of thing, they don't like that as much, that the games are easier. And I think also there's a lot of people who haven't even played the Persona games but are fans of them, which is fine, like fans of the characters and story. But like I think it really rubs some people the wrong way when they come in and have opinions about the games that they haven't even played, you know? It's like, well, you haven't even played the game and you're trying to argue with me over like how good or bad the like gameplay is. So yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Like think about last year. Think about last year though for Atlas. Last year we had Persona 3 Reload. Love it or hate it, it was a pretty good game overall. There's pricing stuff and like I have thoughts about it as a remake, but you know, it did come out last year. And then you also have SMT 5 Vengeance that came out. Great version of that game. Amazing version. Top tier. Like I think some of the best SMTing I've ever SMT'd ever. And then and just in general, like even better than like I would say Persona 5 Royal and like Persona 3 Reload's combat. It's just like so much better. And then also you had a Metaphor, which had some issues, mostly kind of the same issues I have with Persona 5 Royal and how it tells its story and everything. And I felt like the job system could have been better, but I overall enjoyed it quite a bit. I did New Game Plus and everything, so, and like went through the whole thing, 100%ed it, so, you know. All right, let's save and attempt the Ancient of Days one more time here a minute. And then we'll... Oops, not Mido. Yeah, SMT isn't forgotten. I think that people are just annoyed that that Persona gets most of the spotlight. Like, that's the series that has all the spin-offs now, right? You don't have, like, more Devil Survivors or, all that kind of stuff. Now it's, like, Persona that's getting all the spin-offs. Mostly Persona 5 with its 5+ spin-off games. Okay. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we didn't need both Titania and Amaterasu. I guess let me swap one of them out a minute for Raphael. Charge on Uriel. Pass Raphael. Debilitate. I mean, people don't seem to like Soul Hackers 2 a lot, from what I've seen. Soul Hackers 2 has a lot of weird stuff going on with it. I'll try it at some point. I think also there's the disappointment of it, where Soul Hackers 1 was very well received, and Soul Hackers 2 did not, like, live up to being a sequel of that game, in some ways, it seems. I haven't played the games yet, but that's the vibe I've gotten from, like, looking at stuff, so... to do Luster Candy again. I mean, I think SMT5 Vengeance sold pretty well. Not as well as, like, I think the other 2 games that Atlas released that year. I think both Metaphor and Persona 3 Reload did better in sales numbers, but I think it did fairly well for itself overall. So, there is that. Okay. Nobody's gotten branded yet, so that's good. Nobody's gone down either. Another good thing. Nice. Good amount of damage. Oh, nice. Okay. We're already at this point in the fight then. About halfway through its health bar. Let's Kanuki throw here. Hey, nice. Got a crit. Oh, and a miss, though. Unfortunate. But did a lot of damage. Let's just pass and salvation. Yeah, I'll get to it eventually. I also know its DLC is pretty bad. Like the way it did DLC. Because I looked into that. Because I kind of want to do a video about Atlas and DLC. I think actually this one here, SMT4, is the first Atlas first party publisher game, or sorry, this is the first Atlas developed game I think that had DLC. If I remember correctly from my little bit of research that I did. Is the answer a DLC? No, it's not. It's something that was packed in with a re-release of the game. And so the answer is DLC with Persona 3 Reload, but it wasn't with the original Persona 3 Fez. I'm not counting like re-releases of the game. I'm talking about like, here is something you can buy and download for the game, like after it has already come out. Which I went through and checked, and I think they started doing that around the 3DS era. I thought it might be start with like the PSP era, but they didn't. They probably had the capability to, but they didn't. It's kind of like the same thing, like, you wouldn't say that Persona 3 Portable, like, new content is DLC. It's just part of the new version of the game. This is like the first game where you can like buy the Mitama grinding stuff, right? Like here's an area with a bunch of Mitamas, or a way to get a bunch of Mitamas to like level up quicker or get a bunch of money quicker or whatever. Or you have like armor you can buy, or new demons you can unlock by buying like DLC quests and stuff, so. Not as much damage as I was hoping. Ah, there's the brand on Uriel. Okay. Silent Prayer. Okay. Let's go ahead and I guess just Luster Candy. And then we'll go ahead and Kanuki Throw. Oh, that was it? Oh, dang. Okay. Well. The dispensation of the universe. The dispensation of the universe. The dispensation of the universe. Ugh. All right, well, just gotta start yapping and not pay attention, I guess. Yeah. We have a nod after this, but the survivors have come outside. The Ancient of Days is gone. Our Messiah has defeated the Ancient of Days! You were able to defeat even the Ancient of Days. You saved us once again. Now we can start building our Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. Something within Flynn and Akira begins to pulse. What the? It can't be. You hear a prominent voice from the heavens. Death shall not take me. My existence is eternal. I have lost but one of my forms. Such trifle shall not sway the fate of the world from its course. Look up there. Glenn looked up to the sky. Oh, the cocoons. That's a cocoon. God's Ark! Is that the Ark from 25 years ago? It's coming back! You hear a prominent voice from the heavens. The new humanity shall soon make descend upon this land. Genesis has already begun. The voice faded away. Does it? Okay, interesting. The Ark has new humanity? What's supposed to happen now? Whatever happens, there's going to be hope. You've given us a fighting chance, Messiah. I'm not giving up now. If another society is really inside that Ark, I shall approach them representing the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado and try to negotiate for us a way for us to live in peace. Create a world where everyone can live a free and peaceful life. Thank you, Messiah. I hope that we'll meet again in our own nation, the Eastern Kingdom of Mikado. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I do think that the story of this game is the best out of 3, 5, and 4. 3 is good for vibes and like the overworld and everything. And it really did set the foundation for both 4 and 5 in a lot of ways, visually. But its story is serviceable, and it does what it needs to do. 5 has some decent story. I think the new Vengeance storyline is better than the original, but you have to play through both to kind of get the full picture of them. Preferably in the order that they came out. And like, Vengeance new representatives are a little hit or miss depending. Like, especially towards the end, they kind of like do a 180 or like they have a really big heel turn depending on which route you're going down. And it kind of feels like it comes out of nowhere. Like, not entirely out of nowhere, but like how quickly they do a heel turn kind of comes out of nowhere. But it was better. Vengeance's new storyline is better than the original, but I think 4 at least has a better plot line than both of them. It'll be interesting to see how 4A expands upon things. It's also interesting that 4 seems to incorporate some ideas and like implicates that Strange Journey is like a part of its timeline. So yeah, 5, the original 5 is fine, but not great. It's in some ways better, in some ways worse than 3. 3 leaves things a bit more open-ended and has more of a like more desolate vibe to it. 5, you go back to Tokyo. 5, you go back to a version of Tokyo without spoiling things, of like why there's a modern day version of Tokyo in that game, because it's plot important. But you go back to Tokyo, there's more humans, you talk to them more. Some of them are better than others. The law representative is kind of interesting. The girl, you know, the girl that they always have to have is fine, you know. Yeah. But Vengeance, adds some interesting things, and like basically it adds a new character, and because of that new character, things go in a different direction. You fight different bosses, you go to a completely new area at one point in the game. It's pretty interesting. It's definitely better than the original, but you have to like have already underplayed or understand the original to fully comprehend what's going on sometimes. Like things will happen off screen that happen in the original story, and you're just kind of expected to be like, oh, that's what happened there. Okay. So I would say that it's Vengeance. I would say it goes like this: original SMT5 story, SMT3 story, and then Vengeance's story, and now SMT4 story as the best one. Okay. I don't think he did. I think that was something that was created by the Guardians of Tokyo, if I remember correctly. I don't think it was him. It's been a minute. It's been like a year since I've played that game, but I don't think it was the same guy who wiped everything out. I think it had something to do with like the Guardians of Tokyo or something. You know, kind of like how in this game, you know, Masakado was the one who created like the dome to like protect humanity. I think it's something like that. Yeah. There's an all-enveloping whiteness. Why do you not despair? The only possible way to be freed from the cycle of despair is through emptiness. I shall return you to your world, but remember, you'll not rid your world of the despair that is to come. Even should you try to enkindle the hopes of the people, the cycle will only repeat itself. Yeah, it does feel like SMT4 is more of a classic SMT game in terms of like 1 and 2 and Strange Journey being connected to those, because Steven shows up and everything, so it's interesting. 3 and 5 kind of feel like their own thing, with like 3 and 5 feel more connected than 4 feels connected to either of them. In terms of at least story and stuff, gameplay wise, there is a lot of like, oh, that's where that came from with these games. Like you can see the direct line from like mechanics that show up here in 4 and then like further get refined in 5, so that's why they sold better. No, they sold better because SMT5 was on, because SMT3 was on the PS2 and then later the PC, and SMT5 was on the Switch and then later the PC and modern platforms. SMT4 and 4A were on the 3DS. Let's be honest, like the 3DS did pretty well for itself. It did not do as well as the Switch or the PS2. Just a bigger install base. Less people had like a Nintendo handheld than had a PS2 or like a PSP or a PC or something, right? So also it is like a bit more of a classic style SMT game, which maybe some people didn't like. Who knows? I do think that this game would look very pretty, especially some of the locations, if it got like a remake or a port to like the Switch 2 or PC or whatever. But yeah. Hey, how's it going, Union? How'd your euchre tournament go this week? Let me just get a heal a minute. Is there nowhere I can heal here? Oh, I passed it. My bad. So next up we have to try Sanat. Okay. Well, it only took us 3.5 hours to beat Ancient of Days. We'll see how Sanat goes, I guess. We could do Sanat tomorrow, maybe, if we can't finish it today. But let's try for like, you know, an hour or so. We'll see.
Oh?
8 tables with players. Dang. That's pretty nice. I didn't realize you had that many people at those things.
It's open. We both see each other alive.
But yeah.
Burrows.
It's kind of funny. I bought the Steelbook version of SMT5 for the Switch, planning on playing it that year, last year, but then they announced SMT5 Vengeance and I was like, well, I guess I'm just gonna wait for that then. But It's not the end of the world. I got the Steelbook version for like $40, which for a Nintendo Switch game is not bad. And now it's like, you know, if I ever want to go play the original version, I can. Shame though you can't buy the DLC for it anymore. Because, you know, Nintendo, or I think that was actually an Atlas thing, where they took away the DLC and like completely removed the original version of it from the Nintendo store, so. Okay. Yeah, it honestly sounds like a lot of fun. Atlas has such a cool tendency to make the first games unique, then release the third game and earn money from it. Release the fourth game as exclusive portable console for the fifth game. Great plot. I don't like the final boss in P5, SMT Persona. I don't know about that because I haven't played enough of SMT to say. I think the final boss in P5 is fine. It's not. I don't know. Are you talking about P5 or P5R? Because like there's two different final bosses there. But I will say a lot of the Persona, like the final bosses for Persona games, are more style over function. Like they look really cool, but oftentimes the final boss fights aren't super hard, and usually aren't the hardest boss fights in the game. But I guess you could say that with most SMT games, because like super bosses are usually the hardest thing, right? Like it's always like the Reaper or the Velvet Room attendants are usually harder for those games. So yeah, it'd be fun to get together more with people. I don't know. I've been feeling like I should probably do that more, like get together with people and like do stuff. I don't know. I gotta find a hobby that requires other people, I guess, you know? Maybe I'll get into a card game or something, but that's kind of expensive. All right. So who was I gonna use for Sanat? Rongda, Shiva, and Naboros. Okay, let's just try that and see if it works out then. Oh, I need to level up Rongda, don't I? Yeah, okay. At least to level 85. Yeah. I'm gonna take your word for it. I actually haven't gotten that far in Merciless. Maybe later this year. Okay. Let's just hop over to the level up quest. We'll level up Rongda and then we'll attempt the Sanat fight. We'll see how it goes. I got like another hour or so. We'll try for like Sanat for like an hour. If I can't get it today, we can try it tomorrow. How popular is SMT in USA and Europe? That's a good question. It's hard to really, I don't know. There's probably some numbers. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Well, I was thinking like a trading card game, something like Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh would be kind of expensive to get into. But it would be kind of fun to do in person. Let me think. How can I think of this? SMT5 sales in NA and Europe. Do we have those numbers at all? I mean, it's sold 1 million worldwide, but they don't usually say like... They usually just give overall numbers. They don't give like how much in the West versus the East. The only thing I can think of is maybe SteamDB. Hold on. Which has numbers for Steam games. Since you're asking that, can I assume that you don't live in the USA or Europe? Yeah. Let me think. So I know that Persona is pretty big. I think SMT is less big, but hold on. Let me see if this website has any like good breakdown of like numbers at all. I mean, it shows player counts. Right, so maybe I can filter by region. Hmm. Yeah, no. I mean, I guess you could say, like... Does it show how many... I don't know, it's a little hard to check. I guess you could say that Steam is mostly a Western platform, I think. There are definitely people probably outside of NA and Europe that are playing SMT5 Vengeance, but it's pretty... Oh, wait. Dang, it must be really late for you, then. It must be, like... No. Like 7 or 8 p.m. Yeah, that should be... I think it's about that. I got a friend who I play video games with that lives over there, and it's always, like, weird trying to find a time that we can both play. But I would say Persona 5 is fairly popular. I don't know, it's hard to get, like, good numbers on that. SMT less so. 9 p.m. Okay. Yeah, almost 9 p.m. But yeah, I know that Persona 5 is, especially, and like the Persona series in general, is pretty big over here in the West. I think that SMT games less so. I mean, that's true in general, I would say, of like...
Burrows.
Just in general, but... Yeah, like, SMT5 did fairly well for itself, being on the Switch and then PC with a vengeance. But, like, it's... Even with that, still not nearly... Persona 3 Reload sold way better than, like, SMT5 Vengeance did. Same with Metaphor. Metaphor did a lot better. In fact, probably Metaphor did probably about as well, or if not better, than Persona 3 Reload, I think. I don't know the exact numbers, but I would imagine, because it's a more Western style fantasy, you know? So I would assume that it did kind of better, or just as good as Persona 3 Reload did. But that's an assumption on my part. I mean, I could look at the breakdown, well, I mean, I'm an English-speaking guy, so if I go to my YouTube channel, if I look at, like, the breakdown of, like, my demographics, right? Of, like, people who watch the videos, you can kind of get an idea. Wrong account. Videos. Let's see. Analytics. Community analytics, I assume. Audience. Let's see, device type. Yeah, top geographies. 20% United States, 5% Indonesia, 3% Brazil, 2% Philippines, and 0.7% the United Kingdom. Amazing. How do I have Indonesia, Brazil, and Philippines before I have the United Kingdom? And then the next one is Peru and Mexico. That's amazing. Yeah. You won't be surprised, it's a 98.9% male ratio. Yeah, anyway. Okay. So we have allied with a strong blue man. Yes. How's it going, Virgil? Metaphor won best RPG, if I'm not mistaken, and it probably sold good. Yeah, I think it won best RPG for the year at that, like, game show thing. Not that I don't know. It was up for a game of the year. I don't think Metaphor was a game of the year contender, to be honest, but like I didn't think that like Shadow of the Erd Tree as a DLC should be up for a game of the year contender either, so you know. Yeah, we're gonna do Blue Man, Rongda, and Naboros for this next boss, so just trying to level them up a little bit to at least the boss's level, and then we'll try it. But yeah, I didn't think it would take so long to get through Ancient of Days. I thought honestly Ancient of Days would be the easier one. Maybe it will be. Who knows? We'll see. We haven't tried Sanat yet, so it's not fair.
Burrows.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably just because of my tutorial videos, to be honest. And I did properly subtitle some of those videos. I had a job where I was sitting around for a little while during college, so I just would spend my time on the computer. In between working on other tasks, I would like watch through my own YouTube videos, and like I subtitled some of them, or I would like write scripts for YouTube videos. It was honestly a pretty nice job, but like obviously it didn't last forever. But it was really boring too, like just sitting there. Started getting antsy. Hence working on other things. I was working on other stuff even at work. Not time consuming, just like, yeah. I know. I have to remember to keep taking my allergy pills now that we're finally in spring. It's finally starting to get warm here though. Like, we're supposed to have a couple more days of like cold weather, and then it's gonna be like 60s and 70s for like the next few weeks, so. It takes a little bit of time to go and subtitle things for YouTube videos. Like more, but it's not super bad. Like, because YouTube will auto-generate subtitles, so basically what you do is you take the auto-generated subtitles and then you just like fix them to be more accurate pretty much. But it can take some time if you're doing it manually. Oh, okay. It's in the 70s. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's been really nice over here. Yep. Yeah, it's starting to get pretty nice. So that's good. I'll have to go out for a walk after today, a stream. Give my legs some exercise. Sitting down here for like 4 or 5 hours. No, I really appreciate it when it gets nice. I always forget how much like snow and cold depresses me. And just like it being dark all the time is super depressing. I can't imagine living up in like, was it the Arctic Circle, where they have like either like they have periods of just like straight sunlight for months on end or darkness for months on end. You can only imagine how much that would mess with your brain on a like psychological level, physiological level. I couldn't do it. My sleep habits are bad enough without something like that. Okay. Nice. Yeah, have a good rest of your night and everything. Thanks for the follow. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow or something. Have a good one. The last time I was under the weather, it was over a year ago. Dang, good for you. Good for you keeping healthy. When was the last time I got really sick? It's been a minute. I think I got slightly sick a couple of times, like a head cold or whatever, over the winter, but not too bad. Like, I haven't been, like, so ill I need to, like, lay in bed or anything for a while. I have felt, like, a bit more sluggish and stuff, though. I think I need to get outside more and get some exercise, like I said. Yeah, it'll be good to, like, get outside and take some walks, do some exercise outside and everything. There really is a place to do that indoors for, like, the winter. Maybe once I get a job again, I can, like,
Burrows.
I don't know, get, like, a yoga mat or something so I can, like, at least do push-ups or something indoors without, like, getting sweat all over the floor. Nice. I remember I got really sick one year. I think it was, like, either 11th or 12th grade. Like, right before finals. Like, I was, like, dead. Like, the week before finals. And it was, like, such a pain. Like, I dragged myself to school, like, even though I was, like, barely comprehensible halfway through the week. I was in bed for, like, 2 days straight. I also got COVID at least twice because I was working at a part-time, or I was working at a fast food job at the time. So I was coming into contact with a lot of people. And I think I got, like, COVID or something similar, like, twice during that, around the 2020 area. So... like, could not get out of bed, like, just terrible for, like, a couple of days. Yeah, right at the start of COVID and then, like, partway through COVID. It was pretty bad, but, like, it just kept me in bed for a few days. Wasn't like I died or anything. No, I did die. That's why I have so much free time. I'm just a ghost possessing the PC. That'd be some interesting VTuber lore or something. Okay. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it wasn't even COVID. Maybe I just got really sick with something else. I think the second time I got tested and they said it wasn't COVID, but yeah. Because I remember I was, like, in bed dying for, like, 2 days, and work was like, are you gonna come in? And I was like, let me get tested for COVID. And so I got tested for COVID and they said it was negative. So I was still, like, half dead, but I put on a mask and rubber gloves and went into work anyway. Because I was still sick, but, like, I didn't have COVID, so I didn't want to spread to anybody else, so I wore mask and gloves. I don't know. Maybe that was still a bad idea, but work wanted me to come in. So, you know, there is that. Hey, Okami Warrior. That might be Wamos Warrior, actually. Wamos Warrior on YouTube. Either way, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it. No. I don't want your skills to mutate. No! Gosh darn it. I didn't want that to happen. I'll just have to pull out that dude again. Gosh darn it.
Burrows.
Stupid Shiva. Stupid skill mutation. Stupid. Alright. Mido, I need another Shiva. Yeah, that's nice. Where's my Shiva at? Is this the one I want? I think it is. Yeah, it is. Okay.
What will you do? Gather demons and come again.
Alright. Almost done here. And then we can go and attempt that fight. Got a few more levels I want to get on Rongda in a minute. Coming out Shiva again. At least it's not unrecoverable mistake. I can just like summon out another Shiva. Didn't have to go get a bunch of money for it or anything either. No, I don't want Repel Fizz. Not for the next boss. Okay. Oh boy. All right. I hope Sanat's not terrible. I really hope so. I really do want to get both these guys done today. And here I thought we'd have time for like trying to hunt down one of the fiends. I am not. I remember some of my dreams, but only for like a little bit. Usually if I realize I'm in a dream, I'm gonna wake up pretty soon. Like I have a few recurring dreams or whatever over the course of my life. Like one of them is like repeating high school. Another one is like falling from like a huge height into a lake. Another one is like wandering through the forest. I've had some interesting dreams. Some of them I still remember and I've written down. But I can't like control how the dream goes. I can know I'm in the dream, but like I don't get to control what happens in the dream. And it's I usually don't see too much, if that makes sense. Like when they say being able to picture something in your mind's eye, maybe like maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I feel like I've never been able to do that. Like I've never been able to like close my eyes and like kind of project the image of an apple there, if that makes sense. Like I can think of an apple, but like it's not like I can like close my eyes and like look at an apple or something. Somewhat. Yeah. I don't know. I usually only dream when I've like eaten a lot before I like sleep, or I'm otherwise like not getting good sleep. So, or I have like a lot on my mind when I go to sleep. Like one of the nightmares I remember having as a kid was like being scared of the flood in Halo 2 as a kid. And so I went to bed that night and I had like a nightmare of like first POV, like as Master Chief, like running through like one of the doors in the game and just seeing like flood everywhere, and like having nightmares about that for like a couple of days, to the point where I didn't like want to play any of the levels with flood in them, and I got kind of scared of zombies in video games specifically for a little while there. Like I remember playing Fallout 3 at a friend's house and asking if there were zombies in the game, and he said kind of, because the ghouls, and I was like, oh, and I like stopped playing. And it wasn't like zombies like in other media I was mostly fine with, but like, yeah. And like, for example, the reoccurring dream about falling into a lake from like a high place is probably because I, as a kid, like when I was like 4 or 5, well, I had a couple bad experiences as a kid. When I was like 3, I followed some like older kids into like a lake and I couldn't swim, and my dad had to jump in and pull me out. So I almost drowned there. And then when I was younger, when I was 4 or 5, I like fell off of something onto some like cinder bricks next to some water. And so then when I had that recurring nightmare, it was like me falling into that lake over by where I fell on the cinder bricks. So okay, we're pretty good on the levels. Let's just go ahead and level up one more time, and then we'll try the Sanat fight. We can always level up more later, too. Well, let's just see how it goes. So.
Burrows.
And then, like, I had, you know, the reoccurring nightmare slash dream of, like, re-going through high school over and over again. At least a few times. To the point where I remember at, like, the second or third time being like, oh, great, I have to go through high school again, you know, like, this isn't the first time I've had to re-go through high school or whatever, right? I don't know. I do feel like if you had to re-go through like a period of your life like that, like high school or something, as you are right now with all your memories, it'd be both a blessing and a curse. Because you'd be able to get through it a lot easier and you'd be able to make a lot better decisions. But at the same time, would you be able to make all the friends? You wouldn't be the same person that you are now, right? Like, you wouldn't probably make all the same friends. You wouldn't make some of the mistakes that, like, led you to doing different things. Or maybe you would miss out on... You wouldn't choose to try different hobbies that you've tried or whatever, you know? You wouldn't be the same person. You'd be a different person than you are now. So... I don't know. I've thought about that. And I think once I came to that conclusion, I stopped having those dreams about redoing high school. So, I think I just had I had a lot of regrets about, like, high school in general. And, like, how, my childhood went in general. So, I think that's why I was having those dreams. I still do have regrets about it, but, like, realistically, I know that there's nothing I can do about it at this point, and, like, even if I could, I don't think I would want to, but, you know, there's still part of me that's like, man, I kind of wish I could go back and do things differently. In a world of flames and violence, small hope for order has begun to blossom, but is soon to be swallowed by the chaos spreading throughout the world. We shall send you to the future of this land and show you a world where sorrows can never be healed. Okay. Accepting this quest will immediately transfer you to a different location. Do you wish to do so? Yes. Okay. Alright, let me look at my notes for Sanat then. Okay. Bring those up a minute. Our existence is one with yours. As long as you exist, we shall return. An alternate Tokyo grasped towards what they perceive to be hope, yet that hope will soon fade away. We brought you here through the means of transferring dimensions to show you the despair the future holds. Now go. We shall show you the despair of the human race, as many times as it takes. Okay. Flynn was sent through a rift between dimensions, arriving in a world filled with smoke and fire. Someone approaches from the distance. I lose them? Damn it! What the hell am I supposed to do now? It seems as though Akira hasn't noticed Flynn yet. What will you do? Call out to him. Huh? Sanat? Oh, it's just you. No, don't freak me out like that. Wait, what? What the hell are you doing here? Did you go back to your own world after you beat Kenji? Ah, crap. I don't have time for this. Kira's looking around cautiously. If that guy finds me, I'm dead. Hey, come with me for a while. Akira grabs Flynn by the arm and forces him to follow. Akira leads Flynn to an underground room. This place should be good. I mean, the guy can't chase me all the way to Shinjuku, right? Dude, hear me out. Thanks to you defeating Kenji, I've become the new king of Tokyo. try my best to create a kingdom where everyone would be able to enjoy themselves equally.
Sheesh.
And then that monster appeared out of the blue. It called itself the Eternal Youth, Sanat Kumara. This thing went on a rampage, destroying the peace I'd tried so hard to keep. That's taken over Ichigaya, Shinjuku, Shibuya, Ikebukuro. They're all in ruins. All the leaders of the cities that got beaten down.
Damn it.
I'd like to stop Sanat myself, but you know I'm kind of weak, right? I wouldn't stand a chance. Since there are several people standing just outside the door. We know you're in there, Akira! Demonoids come flooding into the room. Why the hell are you fleeing Ichigaya? Get out there and fight that thing! If you don't go out and fight, I'm gonna kill you myself, you goddamn coward. You know what? We're through. I'm getting out of this crap hole. I don't care where I end up as long as it's safe. What about all that bullshit about we could all work together? I'll do what I want. It's your choice, Akira. Either fight Sanat and probably die, or we could kill you right now. What's happening to all of you? You were just all so cooperative just a little while ago. It's just like when Kenji was king of Tokyo. Demonoids close in on Akira. Whoa, let's calm down. That's it. I've got a secret weapon. What? That's how come I was able to become the king of Tokyo. You guys didn't know about it, did you? The power to become king. Akira looked at Flynn with pleading eyes. Come on, man, you're my last hope. I know I should be taking care of all this shit myself because I'm the king and everything, but just one more time, one last favor. Please, you gotta help me get rid of that bastard Sanat. Alright, thanks, man. I also learned, later learned that my school's choir has 8 Grammys and been recognized outstanding choir not once, but 5 times. And the award is given to 2 groups per state. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I had a decent time with my band, high school band too. Our director took us for a few years to like some of those like state competition things, you know. We did fairly well. We got like 7 and 8s or whatever. Like we did pretty well for like a small band and everything. And he enjoyed it. But then like the people who were really into band kind of like either graduated or moved on or whatever. And he kind of like lost his motivation to keep going with the band when nobody really cared about band. And so he moved on to a different school, I think. He was a good guy, but like he wanted everybody in band to care about as much about band as he did and like music and everything. But a lot of people were just there because it was required. So Sanat should still be in Camp Ichigaya. Let's get going then. There's no point in waiting. Akira drags Flynn all the way back to JAG SDF Camp Ichigaya. That bastard's here, man. I can sense him. It's like he's not really visible or something. I don't understand it myself. Be careful, dude. I'll be rooting for you. From back here. There's some kind of presence directly before you.
Activating scan mode. It's no good. I'm getting an error.
It's possible this thing isn't even composed of material from this world. Be careful. Something within Flynn begins to pulse. Can you perceive me now then, little creature of lesser dimensions? My name is Sanat. I'm currently overflowing with joy. I was the one to plant the seed of chaos on this planet. And now you creatures have evolved from apes into beings that are capable of holding your own against even me. Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. My seeds have sprouted such beauty. Come, O human, full of potential. Show me how far this 5th humanity has grown. Show me your worth. power that sleeps deep inside you. I, Sanat, the King of Chaos, shall draw it out personally. Okay. Let's Luster Candy. Luster Candy. Doping. Increase everybody's max HP. Deal a bit of damage, debilitate. Okay, that's its upgraded version of the charge skill. So it's gonna do 3x damage. Oh, I could change the armor on Flynn. I guess if I die here, I'll think about doing that. For now. Let's go ahead and charge with Flynn. Let's go ahead and pass with Naboros. Salvation. Debilitate and do a little bit of damage again. Let's go ahead and desperate hit. Ah, shoot. Some of the games do. SMT 5 Vengeance does. This game doesn't have that. It depends on the game. This one doesn't have the auto skills like that one does. But it doesn't have like a auto heat riser skill. It'll usually have like the same, like, you know, auto attack for everyone, auto defense for everyone, auto evasion for everyone. But it won't have like a combined one for the most part, I don't think. And there's no like auto debilitate skills. Like even with all the SMT games I've played, Persona 3 Reload is the only game that I know of that has like an auto like debuff skill with Koromaru's unique skill, which is kind of interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they play around with that design space at all in the future as well. Going past. Energy drain. Archangel's Law on Flynn, giving him the smirk. And then we'll go ahead and desperate hit. Nice. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's different than like anything else. It's like something that only he can do, even if it is somewhat limited. Pass. Archangel's Law. Energy drain. Desperate hit. Miss. Gaia Rage, here it comes. Okay. Okay, nobody got lost. There's a 30% chance of enemies getting lost there. Yes, this power. Evolve and grow stronger still, and I shall take you to the stage of the true war. You understand of which I speak, no? The war for all possible futures is technically what he's talking about, I think, but the correct answer here is I cannot imagine for the extra press turn. Indeed not. It is nothing that any who dwell on this planet could begin to understand. But I shall tell you, the true war. It is the war to destroy the dispensation of the universe. Now I shall draw out your true power. Concentrate on surpassing yourself. Flynn felt power welling up from within. Flynn recovered. Flynn received the power to take more actions. Okay, so let me try something here. Demons. Who has the highest agility stat? Okay. And then so swap out. I think this is gonna work. Okay, and then so charge. It didn't work out exactly the way I wanted it to. And then charge. And riot gun again. Hey, okay, it worked. Cool, we beat him. You can swap out demons to allow Flynn to attack more, which was my strategy. Man, we should have done this first, man. It took like one attempt. All right. Oh. But yeah, since Flynn was the only one left. Actually, we could have gotten more press turns if I'd done it a bit better, but yeah. You have done well in showing me such unrestrained power. Seed of chaos, ripen further. Lead this world into further chaos. When the next harvest arrives, then you shall see me again. But yeah, with that, both Sanat and the Ancient of Days is defeated. I don't believe it. You actually beat Sanat. That was, damn, that was awesome. If I ever need your help, maybe you wouldn't mind dropping by and what am I saying? I'm the king of Tokyo. If I don't get my act together, I'm not gonna get anything done. But you know, being a king is way tougher than I imagined. I know. Why don't you stay in this world? Let's build a country together. You sense that there are several people standing just outside the door. Hey, Akira, you alive? Hey, did you actually kill him? Demonoids come flooding into the room. Holy shit, man! I'm impressed! You actually did it! Well, you know, actually... Sorry, Akira. I always figured you were a little wuss. I guess I was wrong. Yeah. Oh my. My king of Tokyo, you're the best. I'll follow you forever. What? Wait, really? Demonoids rush around Akira. Hail King Akira! Hail King Akira! Hey, stop that! Flynn! Flynn! Hey! Demonoids hoist Akira on their shoulders and carry him outside, cheering. Alright. Man, that was so much easier than the first dude. I thought that was gonna be the hard one. I guess it's because we had a gun build on Flynn. That would have been harder without it. But yeah. There is nothing here but an all-enveloping whiteness. Why do you not despair? The only possible way to be freed from the cycle of despair is through emptiness. I will return you to your world, but remember, you have not to rid your world of the despair that is to come. Even should you try to enkindle the hopes of the people, the cycle will only repeat itself. The white returns Flynn to the real world. Okay. Well, we are back. All right. So, that was pretty good. It's also been 4.5 hours. No, it's a little over 4 hours. I think let's go ahead and make Sanat and the Ancient of Days a minute, just so we have them. And I can make them here on stream a minute, but I'm gonna need some time to get ready for the last one. We could try and farm out a, we could try getting Matador to spawn, but it's a 1 in 256 chance. I think my best bet is just to like do a little bit of prep work and like make both Sanat and the Ancient one here a minute. And then I can maybe like get Matador to show up tonight. And then I can like do a save state, and I can like load up the save state tomorrow at the start of stream, and then we can do Matador, try and get his accessory, and then try Masakato tomorrow. Yeah, because I'll need to do some more preparations for Masakato's shadow, especially now that I have some new skills and stuff to fuse around. Well, I will once I've actually made Sanat.
Welcome to the Cathedral of Shadows, where
You need to
demons
beat all the fiends to fuse them, each one individually. And all of them, besides two, are the 125.6%, a 1 in 256 chance to spawn for each one. All of them, pretty much all of them, give some really good rewards. All of them are fairly difficult, and if you know their main element, they'll start spamming almighty attacks that are pretty hard to deal with. But for example, like Red Rider gives like 10 of each incense. Matador gives like one of the best accessories in the game. As demons, most of them are kind of eh. Red Rider is kind of good, but that's about it. But yeah, they're pretty hard to get to spawn, so I don't know how long it'll take. And you have to like, to get them to spawn, you have to like keep reloading the game over and over again. So what did I get from doing that one quest just now? Well, now I should be able to make both Sanat and you can see here, if I pop over here, you can see we have two more fusions here we can do. Looks like I'll need some more money for these. Yeah, and I'll need to make some more things. So we'll do that in a minute. I need to go make some money, but I can make these two that I just fought. They both have their unique skills. For example, this dude that we just beat, Sanat, gives us Gaia Rage. He has Gaia Rage on him. And he also has the better version of Charge, which makes it a 3x instead of a 2.5x multiplier. Sorry, I've been talking a lot today. All right. And then this one gives us the I've been talking a lot today. And then this one, the same Gaia Rage the Demi-Fiend uses in SMT 5. I think it's similar, same name. I can look at the exact skill thing here in a minute. And then the other one, actually here I can show you guys. Let me just pull this up real quick. Better be the one from DDS1. So Damnation is from Ancient of Days. It's unique skill. Almighty, 350 base power, 70% poison to everyone. And then Gaia Rage is 340 base power, 30% lost from Sanat. Which is pretty good, but not the best. This one is Debilitate and Chion. I don't think the one downside is Gaia Rage is not strength based in this one, so I don't know if we'll be using it because it looks like it's still magic based in this one. I could be wrong though. But it doesn't say it's strength based because like Desperate Hit is strength based and it mentions that so. Because Desperate Hit is strength-based Almighty, but this one isn't. At least not that it says here, so. And then Curse Thy Enemy is what the unique of the boss is going to have tomorrow. That I have to prepare for. Masakato's Shadow here. Masakato's Shadow nulls everything, so you either need Pure skills or Almighty skills on your demons. And then Curse Thy Enemy is its unique. 200 base power to all foes always counts as a hitting a weakness, so it always gets an extra press turn. Yeah, it'll be magic. Unfortunate. Otherwise, Gaia Rage would probably be pretty useful for tomorrow. But I guess I'll just keep running Desperate Hit on the MC. And maybe some support stuff. Since he won't be able to hit with anything because he can't get pure skills. So Desperate Hit is our only thing that he can really attack with. I mean, you have to... The idea is that you get the DLC skills. That's the only way to get Pierce in this game. So, Fire, Ice, Electric, and Force Pierce come from... from Ashma, which you get by defeating all 4 of the Archangels. And then you get Fizz Pierce from Sanat here, which we just beat. And then Gun Pierce is from Masakato's Shadow. So, but yeah, so I'll fuse like Fizz Pierce onto something, probably Uriel, and then like Maybe, and then I have some with like electric pierce and like fire pierce and stuff already, I think. So that, or you can use almighty skills or the 4 archangels themselves. Yeah, the 4 archangels themselves also have pierce on their unique skills, and they do quite a bit of damage. So for example, this is basically Trisagion, but it hits all enemies and pierces. So yeah, I mean, the story implications are kind of cool, and the fights themselves are cool, but they do take a lot of prep work for sure. Interestingly enough, I think this is the first Atlas published game that has DLC. Maybe Catherine had DLC. I don't think so, but yeah. But yeah, it takes a while to do prep work for it and stuff, and like fusing stuff around, but and you need to go through the DLC bosses to get to like the last one. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's too bad that there aren't 3D model versions of their designs here, because their designs here are really cool, for sure. And then the other thing that you get from Masakato Shadow is it basically Beast Eye. It's called Guardian's Eye here. It's basically Beast Eye. It gives you 3 half press turns. It's really broken, obviously, but like you only get it once you beat like the hardest version of like any boss of the game. So. And also gave Syndephalon an 11-hit bless kill for some reason. Yeah, the only thing that's kind of similar to that is Uriel's Kanuki throw here, which is a 75 base power, 1 to 15 hits against random enemies. So, which is why I'll probably put physical pierce on him. So, anyway, let me go ahead and farm out some money here, and we'll go ahead and make the new guys. And then we'll probably wrap up for today.
Gather demons and come again.
Okay. Can the skill for 3 extra half turn icons be used over and over again? I assume so, but the MP cost on it is 225, which so for example here, Gabriel has a pretty good MP total here. So you could cast it like twice, and also like I said, to get it you have to beat Masakato Shadow, which is the hardest boss in the game. So like, yeah, you can abuse it and like it can be really powerful, but you have to beat the strongest boss in the game. It's like getting the omnipotent orb after beating like Lavenza or something, right? It's like, well, what do you use it on at that point, right? Oh yeah, really good resistances. She's running Repel Electric and Drain Fire, so they're even better than usual, but yeah. Yeah, I'm covering her fire weakness, and I had Repel Ice on her as well for the boss fight, because I thought I was going to use her for the first boss fight, but her unique Lamentation didn't work on the first boss fight, the Ancient one or whatever. The Ancient of Days. Because I guess Ancient of Days nulls all ailment skills, but I was going to use this to inflict Brand on him, but it didn't work out. Unfortunate. Is there a Spellmaster equivalent passive to reduce MP cost? There is not. There is stuff like, what's on here? Here we go. There is Mana Surge, which increases maximum MP by 30%, and then there's like the also another tier of that does 20% and then like 10%, and those stack, but you have to use up multiple skill slots for those. So if you want to get a similar effect, you could like do Mana Surge and Mana Gain, I think, which would give you 50% more MP, but yeah. It's still not quite the same thing, I think. I think it masks out that, like, Spellmaster would still be better. But yeah. There is no Spellmaster or Arms Master, unfortunately. Well, I guess you wouldn't need Arms Master in this game. Maybe they took it out because Spellmaster would be broken, because you use MP for everything, including physical skills in this game. If I had 200 mock for every time I'd refused Zeus to get a drain electric, I could fund an entire playthrough metaphor spamming only cold attack. That's a deep cut there, Virgil. Alright, let me start making some money here so we can make some deities, shall we? I can also change out my armor, I guess. Don't need to be wearing this sky stealth thing again. I was gonna wear this or this for that. Whatever. We'll just wear this. It looks cool. Quest, challenge, money, 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 money. And he makes the underworld turn. But yeah, the balancing in this game is really weird. I honestly kind of want to do a whole like impromptu video about it, just like talking about all the weird balancing changes that they made with SMT4. Some of the things got refined and carried over to SMT5, and I wonder if those things got refined in SMT4A as well. But there's a lot of weird choices that they made with SMT4. It'll be interesting to see what they change with SMT4A. And then maybe if we play SMT5 Vengeance Godborn later this year, we can kind of point some of those things out, kind of see the progression. How much am I gonna need here? Probably 10 minutes worth. Let me set a timer on my end for 10 minutes. And then we'll go back and sell all the stuff that I have on me. And that should probably be enough to make those 2 demons. Godborn is fun, yeah. I really do want to get around to it. I don't know, just so much stuff to get around to, you know. Do you think Atlas is going to announce a definitive edition of Metaphor? Not in the next year. If it's going to happen, it's going to be after Persona 6. I could maybe see them putting out some DLC for the original Metaphor, or maybe like an expanded re-release for like a new generation of consoles or something. But I don't know. I think they would need like a new console or like something like that they want to sell it on for that. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see if they like announce some like DLC for Metaphor. I think there's probably some room for it, but so far they haven't said anything about that. I mean, it sold pretty well, so there's a decent chance that they say like, well, maybe we should make some DLC for it, you know? They did for Persona 3 Reload, even if it was just some outfits and, you know, adding in the answer, which should have been in the game from the start, but, you know. Yeah, that would have been nice, huh? There's a mod for that. Gosh darn it. Man, the more and more I talk about some of the more modern Atlas games, it's like, well, there's a mod to fix that, but like, man, there's a mod that ends in FemC. Yeah, it would. That's not gonna happen, unfortunately. Like, they've specifically said that they're not going to do that for FemC, so I doubt they're going to do that for the Vision Quest challenge doors either. Yeah, I didn't buy any of the SMT or Persona outfits, actually, for Metaphor. I know, shocking for me. But I only bought the Etrian Odyssey ones because they are fantasy themed, so Yeah, I do want to do that like MC only playthrough later this year, but it'll probably be pretty late this year, like fall or winter. Who knows? Maybe they'll announce some like DLC coming out around the anniversary of it coming out for Metaphor. I don't know. I could definitely see them like doing some sort of DLC for Metaphor. I'm not sure what it would look like, but I could see them doing it. Like they might have decided only to do it like after the game did so well sales wise, because they didn't decide to do the answer until they saw how well Persona 3 Reload was doing. So it could be a similar thing. Yeah, Tetrakarn. Yeah. Oh there. Yeah, Walter's good, isn't he? He's a lot of fun. Too bad Walter and Jonathan won't show up again for SMT4A, I assume. Dungeon Crawler in the Academy Secret Dungeon or some shit we could have explored after we got done with it. What, you talking about Persona 1's Snow Queen route or something? Secret Dungeon in the Academy.
Burrows.
Do I want to level up any of these guys up? No, I'll just save up the level up items for later. I'll probably use them to level up something. I gotta figure out what I'm doing for Masakato Shadow. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, we've talked about that, like, multiple times. Where, like, it's obvious that the Academy was supposed to be in there. And then somebody was, like, trying to challenge me, like, well, how do you know it was supposed to be there? Because it's really freaking obvious. It's really obvious that at one point in the script, the Magic Academy was an explorable dungeon. You have all these NPCs that talk about it. It's important for, like, lore reasons. You go to the ruins of it and have a boss fight there. Like, it's really freaking obvious. But they also forgot about the whole, like, 2-hour cutscene with, you know, the assassination attempt and everything, so. Yeah. It's so... Well, it's honestly probably what it is, Virgil. It's probably not even the actual physical room of it. Wouldn't it have been so cool to be able to explore the castle and, like, find the room that Moore resides in, but all, like, damaged, and, like, none of your party members comment on it? Like, maybe the fairy, like, Gallica says, huh, this looks kind of familiar, and that's it. And, like, it's not clear why, and it gives you another indication of, like, what's going on with him. Like, that would have been great. Like, you can find more study or something, right? I don't know. Also, the game feels like a little short in terms of, like, how long the journey actually is. Like, it feels like there should be another month or two. Like, generally speaking, you know, Persona games and stuff last about a year, sometimes more, especially with the re-release. But, I don't know, it felt pretty short with, yeah. And all the, like, cutscenes. I mean, if you cut out, like, all the cutscenes, it shortens it a lot, which I know it's a JRPG, but, like, man. I mean, you only have 8 ranks instead of, like, 10, right? I think it's closer to 60-40, but only because the cutscenes are so long with its plot. I mean, it was more 90-10, even with how long the plot is on my playthrough, but that's just because I'm a degenerate, unemployed person, so... Yeah, yeah. There are a lot of cool dungeons for sure. Yeah, I think overall, like, the dungeon design and stuff was pretty good. It's just, like, transitioning between dungeons took forever, it felt like. Like, every single story dungeon, you had to have, like, an hour of, like, build-up just to get there. Or more. Like, there are movies that are shorter than how long it takes to get through the whole, like, section after the assassination attempt. To the point where you can start, like, hanging out with people and, like, doing the day-by-day stuff again. It's, like, 2+ hours long. Even not including the, even from just, like, the assassination attempt to the dragon, it's, like, 2 hours long. Yeah. It can be pretty hard to figure out if you don't look up. Which I didn't look up the first time I ran through there. And then Union told me about it. I was like, well, should have looked up, I guess. The super boss in Etria was kind of disappointing as well. And then you can't ever go back there if you want to for some reason. After you defeat the super boss. Alright, that should be enough money, hopefully. If it's not, we can come back and grab more. I just learned that doing the first floor veterans. Did I tell you about it? Tell me about what? I don't know what you're talking about, I guess. Did you find Elegy of the Soul or Rescue Apocalypse Dragon more challenging? Elegy of the Soul, only because Apocalypse Dragon, you know, I spammed to death with extra press turns from the food. I literally don't know what the Apocalypse Dragon does. I think I was on, like, I was so over it at that point, by that point in New Game Plus, and I just spammed like 30 press turn items and just destroyed it without it being able to do anything. So I legit don't even know what that boss does, and I really don't care, honestly. Like, it's such an underwhelming thing, and like New Game Plus was so stupid. It was like nothing new. You had to grind all the way back up again. Ugh, it was so bad. And the late game is like bad too. Was not worth it. Like, genuinely, I think the first SMT game where I'm like, New Game Plus was not worth it. There was nothing new. Like, you had to re-grind up so much. Yeah. I liked that. It was cool, yeah. Yep. I honestly, what I was hoping for Virgil is that, like, once you beat him, I was hoping that you could swap classes in battle as the MC at the very least. Like, you got to get his power of like swapping classes in battle. I'm not sure how it would work because, you know, there's the whole equipment thing and all that, but I was really hoping for something like that. But no. Oh well. All right. So I have to go sell my junk, and then we can make some demons. I don't know. I think Metaphor was good overall.
And I'll praise him for you.
Saxophone.
You had to come now.
Yeah, I don't care about your sale, dude.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, no, I think that overall the gameplay could have been better. I think that the job system is kind of underbaked. And could have used more tuning. Oh, I got a Jillian incense somewhere. Probably from leveling up one of the demons. They'll occasionally give some good stuff like that. Especially the higher level demons. It's all random though.
Right?
Go ahead and use it after this.
Here.
Okay.
This is real, right? You still got business here?
No, I don't actually.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Yeah.
Burrows.
Speaking of protagonists and stuff and super bosses, man, Joker super boss in like Persona 3 Reload, not that fun, not gonna lie. having all those rules. Like, we're at this point where, like, if you're gonna have this many rules on a super boss, and if the rules are going to change between difficulties, Atlas really needs to give us a better way of understanding, like, what is going on with the boss, rather than people data mining it or just, like, throwing themselves at the boss over and over again. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, they need some in-universe way to, like, let us know what is going on with this boss if they're gonna, like, do something like that. 'Cause it's just ridiculous. How many rules he has and, like, how the rules change between different, between, like, hard and, like, what is it, merciless or whatever? The hardest difficulty. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I did not. Maybe I'm just being whiny. I don't know, man. The fact that you have to, like, look up what he does just to figure out how the boss fight works is kind of annoying. Or just throw yourself at it over and over again. But, like, if you break one of his rules, it doesn't tell you which rule you're breaking either. So, if it at least told you that, you know, like, uh-oh, Joker got mad because of this, and then he deletes you or whatever. Yeah, no, I did do the hard version of him. I didn't do the heartless version of him, though. I didn't want to take the time to, like, stat up all the personas it would take to get that to that point, and, like, doing all the prep work. So maybe I'll go back and do all the prep work at some point and, like, actually do the boss fight, but, like, on heartless. But man, I just felt like it wasn't worth it. And I think Metaphor was about to come out, so I was like, all right, whatever. I'm fine beating him on hard. Metaphor comes out in, like, literally a week or two, so. Okay. So let's head over here.
Welcome to the casino.
What do we need here? I think, so for this first one, we only need to make this Metatron. We haven't made Metatron yet, apparently. So. Yeah. Too bad we didn't get, like, a P4 protagonist as well. Oh well. I mean, it's kind of cool that Joker is a boss fight, but, like, I don't know. I'm kind of over it, you know? Just kind of like, I've seen enough of Joker and, like, his spin-offs and stuff. I'm kind of over it. Okay. Metatron. There's Metron. Level 83. Alright. Anil and Salamander, we can do that. No, he's a pretty simple fusion. You already have the 4 Archangels as, like, your big fusions, so. I mean, you use them here to create this version of, like, of this demon or whatever, but for the most, he's just a standard fusion. You can fuse him with a bunch of different things. He doesn't have a specific fusion thing. Because usually he's the 4 Archangels or whatever, but in this, the 4 Archangels are, like, their own thing, so.
What will you do?
And way higher level than Metatron. And they have, like, their own unique designs and all that, so. And you can only get them from DLC. Despite them being pretty big for the plot of this game, they weren't, like, fusible or fightable in the base game, so. Salamander, and then we're looking, there's Metatron. Well, we could fuse away Uriel. We actually don't need Uriel, or we need to refuse him anyway, so might as well. Is there anything we want on, like, Ancient of Days? Like, he has weaknesses, electric and force for some reason. Why does he have, okay, whatever. The DLC did give us Battle C5 though, so I count that as a win. Yeah. I forever laugh at myself for not getting Michael in vanilla SMT 5 on Switch because he's the one demon I didn't have, and I was not about to do another law route again. Yeah, not looking forward to doing all the different routes for SMT 5 to unlock everything, but like, if I just pick away at it over the years, I think it'll be fine. Like, I'll do a different route for Godborn, and I'll probably do both the Vengeance and Canon of Creation, so. Alright, Ancient of Days, Damnation, sure. Ooh, 4 hours. Ah, that's nothing. It took like 3 hours to get through the first boss, and then like 20 minutes to get through the second one, so it wasn't bad. On the second one, at least. I had a lot more trouble with that that first one than I thought I would. How's it going? I mean, you know me, 4 hours is nothing. 10 hours, now we're talking. Now that's starting to drain on me. Yeah, Metatron is like primo in P5. It is weird how stuff like that gets shuffled around some, but just depends on the game and the balancing, I suppose. I keep meaning to watch the P3 MC's VA, the English VA, playing P3R, but I haven't gotten around to it. Okay, so that's the first dude made. I think I gotta make way more stuff for Chaos, or Sanat here, though. Alright, let's start with the lowest level one, 43, Fury. Who's this? For Sanat, I need to make Asura. Just a random few. So we need like a Diana. I mean, we don't need anything specific, but the cheapest way to make it is with like a Diana and stuff. I don't know if I've made Diana. I have made Diana. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. And then this
Are
thing.
you sure?
And then Asura. Not sure how to pronounce that exactly. Energy drain, sure. Resist ice, cover the ice weakness, why not? Doesn't need resist fire. We'll take ally counter, that's fine. This is a physical demon, right? Yep. We'll take blast arrow, I guess, and hellish mask. I'm not going to worry about making a good version of Sanat, because I'm going to need to fuse off its skills later, but for now, we just want to make Sanat in general. And then tonight I can make, like, maybe a good version of it if we're actually going to use it or not. Okay. And then... what to do? What was Metatron's P5 fusion list anyway? Oh. Principality, Power, Dominion, Sanat, and Michael. Yeah. Yeah, it was a bunch of different of the other angels. Okay. Okay, what else did we need? Let's see. So for Sanat, we also needed Mitra, which I've actually made. We need Kurama Tengu, which I haven't made. This one's actually a specific fusion. So let's see, what level is this? 44. Genma. Oh, this dude over here. Yeah, we just haven't made him. Okay. Some odd choices for making Sanat, but okay. Like, I don't understand why it's these ones specifically. And then the last one is Vasaki, which is okay. Isn't a specific fusion, but interesting. It has its own unique skill. Anyway, let's grab Python then if we have it. Little 81 Python. Doing a little bit of programming here, Python. No, I don't have Python. What else can I use to make this? It's pretty high up there. I might just have to make Python. Do I have Mara made? No, I don't have Mara made. Alright, let's just make Python, and then we can... we just need Fafnir, which I know I have made. So level 74-ish. Where's Fafnir? Pretty sure I had Fafnir made. It says level 74 base level, so... I thought I have Fafnir made. No, I don't have Fafnir made. Alright. I have Kali and Anata though, right? Yeah, there's Anata.
Sure.
And Kali. Yep.
What will you do?
And then we can make Python. Still can't believe the bug that double stat bonuses from gear and active combat damage calcs in 5R to this day. Is there? I did not know about that at all. Makoto gets an active plus 22 if you make Judge of Hell plus 2 during an alarm. Really? I did not know that. That checks out though, because Makoto was pretty good for the FemC run that I did. I mean, just having her gun in general was really good. But like, I wasn't able to make most of the ultimate guns and like ultimate equipment for a lot of the girls, just because I didn't do all the social links right, so. That's interesting, yeah. Yeah, no, both vanilla and P and 5R calc weapon bonuses twice and has not been changed. That's insane. Huh. I'll have to remember that for Pixie only on P5 eventually. I'll probably do the original version of P5 with Pixie only as well at some point, since I bought it for the PS4. So play through that at some point. Probably will be a minute though, since the first one I did was P5R. Come back around to it. Maybe once I've done P4 and P3 as well. Okay. And then... yeah. Yeah, I picked up the Steelbook version of Vanilla 5 for like 20, 30 bucks, somewhere around there on eBay. It's pretty decent. Yeah. It'll be interesting to play through at some point. I felt like the PS4 version was probably the best way to go for the most part. Outside of like maybe modding it with the PS3 like emulator version. But yeah. And then I think I needed like, what, Flamus or whatever? I need an elemental to upgrade. What'd you do? Is that's still the same in P5R? I'm pretty sure that's still the same. Or yeah, I think that's the same thing as P5R, isn't it? Really odd that they gave you gals before itemization. Once you get alarms, yeah. Isn't that how it is in P5R, where electric chair... Is it? I thought it was the other way around. I could have sworn it was the other way around, because I know for a fact... Hold on, let me look at my script here. Hold on. Hold on. If I just control F for Gallows. Yeah, you unlock Gallows during Futaba's Palace. If I remember correctly, you don't unlock itemization until after Madarame's Palace in P5R. Yeah. Yeah, no, you unlock itemization first. Hold on. According to my script, which I based off of my playthrough of P5R, so for Persona 5 Royal, here's from the wiki. The requirement for Sacrificial Fusion in Royal has been changed from the base game, as unlocked later. Much like how Persona itemization was unlocked after securing a route to Madarame's treasure, and the fusion alarm was unlocked after securing a route to Kaneshiro, Sacrificial Fusion is unlocked after securing a route to Futaba's treasure. Yeah, no. Gallows is during Futaba during P5R. Itemization is during Madarame, and alarms is during Kaneshiro. In P5R. The original is Gallows first. Unless I'm misreading this. I think that's right. I know for a fact, at least, for Persona 5 Royal, it's, yeah, it's itemization, fusion alarms, and then Gallows. It's in Royal. I know that for a fact. I don't know what it is in the original P5 without, like, doing some research on it, but I know that for a fact. Again, I've been editing and, like, looking at the footage for P5R for, like, the last couple of months here editing that video, so I am, like, sure that is the case, because that's lines up with my recollections and what the wiki is saying. So anyway, but yeah, get there. I'll try the original at some point. It'll be interesting to see the differences and everything. Okay, let's see. So I need either an earth or a flamus elemental. So either of these have, like, good skills. There's a bunch of null skills, I guess.
Are you sure?
Sanat's weak to gun. Okay. Right. Sanat's got some pretty good resistances, actually. Not that it matters for that last boss fight. In P5 Vanilla, the electric chair comes first, then Gallows. There was no fusion alarm. In Royal, Gallows comes first, then fusion alarm, then electric chair. I think it's electric chair, then Gallows, or then fusion alarm, then Gallows, right? No, I think it's the other way around, because Gallows is during Futaba. Electric chair is during Madarame. I am, like, absolutely sure of this, like, and I have double checked with the wiki, and that is what the wiki is saying as well. No, because I remember, because in the P5R Pixie run, in the P5R Pixie run, I remember making because you can only get one thing, like one blank thing to make an accessory in Madarame's palace. You have to wait until after Madarame's palace to get like more of those like blank items from mementos before you can make more, but you get one during Madarame's palace. You get a blank skill card and you get a blank accessory item, and you can make one. You can use those during the palace because you get the chair. I remember making a singular skill card for Pixie or whatever during that run, and I remember making explicitly the DLC P4 arena like horn guy into a accessory for On, because it gives her fire amp and like some good stats. I think some like extra endurance and stuff. So I explicitly remember that like you get the chair during Kanashiro, right? Or Madarame. Asterius, yes. Yep. Because I remember that vividly, especially since like that boss fight was like the hardest boss fight of the like entire. Well, it was the hardest one to find an answer for sure. Like I think probably Lavenza's tougher, but like with those restrictions, you have to really find an answer for. It was really hard to find an answer for that boss fight, so I just had to level up On until she got Fire Break. So yeah. But yeah, no, I'm like 90% sure of that. That's how that worked out. It sounds like there's a lot of different stuff going on with the different versions of the game anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Yeah, he does. Yep, Izanagi Picaro gives a growth 3. Izanagi no Okami gives a like accessory that gives let me think. I think it's Invigorate 3 and like a bunch of stats. So but yeah. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, I think that's how that worked out, so. That's how I remember it working out. It is honestly wild. I still think that P5 has the best DLC demons or personas I've seen. Even with how like cheesy some of the other demons and stuff can be in some of the other games. I think P5's R's just has the most broken DLC just for how broken it is compared to everything else, and like how it like invalidates things so much. Like P3R still got some like really really good DLC personas, but like I still like feel like P5R's is like P3R's DLC personas are the best in the late game, unfortunately. Like they are the end game builds, unfortunately. But P5R, you have to work so much less to like make Izanagi no Okami good, or like he gets Victory Cry, so just having that on, and you can get him from the start, and like the accessories from itemization or the accessories from the outfits, the extra bonus money and like starting items that you get at the start of the game. Like there's so much like DLC like power. It's honestly crazy. And then the fact that you can't turn it off in the PC versions, or like the versions that include all the DLC, you can't like turn off like all the bonuses and stuff, is wild. Anyway, at least not without mods, you know. Anyway, all right, Sanat. Back to SMT for a minute. So yeah, and there's a lot of funny meme stuff you can do with Orpheus Telos. Or sorry, not Orpheus. Well, with Orpheus. And the fact that it like has a bunch of extra endures on it, so you can just like sit there and like tank a bunch of like almighty hit, like a bunch of like Levenza's hits or whatever. Like, isn't its like Crown of Sorrow passive like give you an extra 5 endures or something crazy like that? It's wild. Just absolutely wild.
Then I.
Yeah, there's a crazy amount of utility in the DLC personas in that game. I don't know. I think like P3R it wouldn't have even have been as bad if like the unique skills that the Persona 5 demons get were just on like some of the base game ones. Circle of Sadness, which was 4 endures. Okay. Yeah, and then you can do endure passive, enduring soul and tricks, survival trick to get like 7 more chances at life. Even just like endure and enduring soul gives you another 2, right? So and then Orpheus, female Orpheus is just like the best healer in the game and buffer in the game because it gets its Neo Cadenza, which is Mediarama plus Heat Riser for everybody. So it's Luster Candy plus Heat Riser in a game that, or sorry, it's Luster Candy plus Mediarama, which in a game that doesn't have Luster Candy is just broken. Yeah. And Futaba is a lot stronger in P5R than she was in the base game. I was looking at like base game Futaba and she doesn't have like all of her skills that like are super broken. Like the ultimate support skill and like the final shield skill and stuff, I think. As Luster Candy at home if you give as Thermopylae. Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
Burrows.
Luster Candy at home is a good description of that, though. Yeah. But you didn't have Mediarama on top of it, though. You only got Luster Candy, so Vitality of the Tree is kind of fun, though. It is wild. I was looking at you know how P4 Yoshitsune is like super good with his unique? I was looking at it and it's honestly wild. I mean, you don't need it usually in that game, but yeah, it is a thing. I've tried to do builds on P5R that don't involve the DLC personas, or try and make some of the DLC personas that aren't usually used interesting. Maybe I'll do some videos on that at some point. I do want to. I think like doing individual build videos for P5R would be kind of fun. But anyway. I don't know, maybe it'll be good for like vanilla P5 or something. Oh, but vanilla P5 doesn't have abilities, doesn't it? I think that was added in P5R if I remember correctly. Ah, shoot, what was I saying? Yeah, it is. But anyway, oh right, P for Yoshitsune and Hasatabai. Hasatabai is like damage in that is honestly crazy. Yeah, there's the new version of Charge, by the way. Dark Energy triples the effect of the next Fizz Air Gun attack. Instead of like 2.5, it's triple. So it doesn't really matter what we get rid of here, honestly. Ollie's resistance, Aliyat. Let's find out. Let's see. Persona 5, Royal. Aliyat's is repels physical and gun, weak to fire, absorbs ice, nulls psi, weak to dark, and then Rongda. Oh, I have caps locked on. Whatever. Yeah, repels fizz and gun, nulls fire, weak to electricity, weak to light, and nulls darkness. So yeah, pretty similar. Pretty similar. Yeah, they're pretty much tied there. Because one of them's weak to light, one of them's weak to dark, one's weak to electricity, one's weak to I think fire. I think technically Aliyat is slightly better because that nulls instead of a absorb. Yeah, technically Aliyat is better slightly because this is an absorb instead of a null, but that's about it. Oh wait, this one's not weak to, yeah, okay. But it's like the same amount of like resistances. This one's just like slightly better because it is an absorb. Makes sense. Oh, I forgot to use the items.
Burrows.
Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I can't remember what I gave it to. I think I just gave tryout passives to female Orpheus because Neo Cadenza. So and then there's Pierce physical for this dude. We'll replace like energy drain. That's fine, I guess. Doesn't really matter. But yeah, now we can grab dark energy for the MC instead of charge here. I'll have to fuse that down onto things and like level it up so it requires less MP, but that is the upgrade of that. And then we can't grab Gaia Rage on the MC, unfortunately, one way or another. I don't know if this Deadly Fury attack is better than like what we have now. Let me look at skills here a minute. I don't think it's even that like unique to him, is it? Oh no, it is. It's 300 power, 70% panic. Stigmata Strike does more, and it does brand though. It's only single target, but it has brand on it, so honestly, we're not using either for the next boss, so it doesn't really matter. Be cool if we could get Kanuki throw, but Yeah. SMT5's build scene is pretty cool too, with all the passives and the different stuff. There are some like best in slot stuff for like healers and stuff, but especially with mods and stuff and like the different team comps you can do, it's a lot of fun. Do we want Deadly Fury? No, I think we're good, right? No. Let me grab Dark Energy again, I guess. Okay. And then here we go for Ancient of Days. There's Spirit Focus, which is Concentrate, but better. And then we'll replace, I guess, Drain Force or whatever. Doesn't matter. Oops. We don't need any of this. We don't need Spirit Focus for the MC since we're not running a Magic MC. We could grab Stigmatic Gleam, but that's a magic skill, right? Yeah. 390 base power though, 20% brand. Pretty good. Anticheon, which is 400 base power plus debilitate, is only slightly better than that. And it doesn't have brand, so, but it is debilitate, so might pass it down onto something. But I don't think the final boss can heal himself though, so the brand doesn't really matter. Okay. Yeah, Fafnir was good in P5R. Pretty good in SMT5 as well. Not as good, relatively speaking, but still pretty good.
Welcome.
Alright, let me go and jump out of this quest then. Oh, sorry. Looking at the wrong screen. Alright, let me go and save. It's been 5 hours. We got both of the bosses done. I'm gonna have to go do some prep work for Masakato Shadow. I do have like some stuff with Pierce already, like Lilith here. But I think I need to like figure out who I'm taking and like what I need to all do. Maybe see if I want to make Sanat or the Ancient of Days like part of our actual team for it. Imagine if P5 had fusion spells at all. Yeah. I don't know, I didn't dislike fusion spells. They kind of came back in a way with the stuff from Oh yeah, we're just finishing up Lorenzo. I managed to beat both of the bosses. It took me like 3 hours to beat Ancient of Days, and then it took me like the first attempt to beat Sanat. So I should have just done Sanat first, I suppose. But yeah, no, I'm just starting to wrap up. I gotta prepare for Masakato Shadow tonight, but yeah. But yeah, what was I saying? Fusion spells kind of came back with SMT5 Vengeance, because you have the Magatsuhi skills that can only be done if you have like certain demons in your stock and stuff. So but yeah, I'll have to decide what we're doing for tomorrow for the final boss there. Oop, why did I get rid of all the text? Who knows? Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. I'll be back again tomorrow, though. So, you know, if you want to come and hang out and watch me try and beat Masakato Shadow, that should be fun. I'll try and, like, set up for Matador as well. See if we can at least try the Matador fight. Try and get the accessory from him. It would help quite a bit with the, I think it would help quite a bit with, Masakato Shadow. Maybe I'll have to double check what the accessory does a minute. See if that's the one we want to go for. Or if we want to go for a Red Rider. Because Red Rider gives you a plus, like a 10 incense for each stat, which would be really useful for the last boss as well. really bothers me that QSS Scathenge fusion skills better in reload than SMT5 Vengeance, you mean? I don't know. SMT5 Vengeance is Magatsuhi used Scathenge fusion skill kind of thing is pretty good, isn't it? Or maybe I'm just thinking of his usual attack. His, like, unique attack rather than his Magatsuhi attack. It's been a minute since I played SMT5, but I remember using him against Demi Fiend. Yeah, well, I mean, the best thing in the... Yeah, Gabolg is just broken. Yeah, Gabolg is really good for just in general in SMT5. Yep. Oh boy. It'll be interesting to go back and do Godborn at some point. It'll be weird to be done with SMT4 after tomorrow. Hopefully we can beat Masakato Shadow. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's always, what's that one skill? There's a pure skill that always crits, but deals, like, a little bit of damage. Yabusame shot, I think? Always crits, pierces, does like 50 base power damage, so it's not much. 50, 60 base power damage, so it's not much, but better than passing. Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff in SMT5. I was very pleased that there was a lot of unique skills that were not like super like late game skills. Like there was a lot of like unique skills that were spread across like low level and mid level demons across SMT5 Vengeance that just were like elemental skills with extra effects and stuff. It was pretty nice. It was good. I appreciated it quite a bit. Helps with like some build variety and stuff. Makes like some mid level demons worth using in certain situations. Makes Q Chulon Q Chulon works using a lot more. Give me something else. No. Yeah, but unlike Pokemon, we're at least getting stuff that can like put up a fight compared to like our new power, right? With SMT5 Vengeance, yeah, you have a lot of power, but like there's a lot of like really good or challenging boss fights and stuff to like, you know, push against your power, so that's good. Alrighty, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here for today. Thanks for hanging out, Virgil, Lorenzo, Union, Nash, anybody lurking or watching back on the VOD. I hope you're all having a good weekend and everything. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. We're gonna try and do that last final boss. Maybe we'll try one of the fiends a minute beforehand. See if we can get some stuff that'll help with Masakato Shadow. I guess I'll go and like see what I need to do for Masakato Shadow, like what I need to fuse and everything. So, but yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I guess I'm gonna go, I don't know, eat something, take a walk, get away from the computer for a little bit, and then, you know, make some last preparations for SMT4. But yeah, I'll hopefully see you tomorrow. Hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend. And in case I don't see you, hope you guys have a good afternoon, good evening, and good night. See you guys.